Okay, welcome to today's briefing. It's the 7th of June 2023. First item of our briefing today is the flood and coastal flooding mapping update, and Michael Day will introduce this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, elected members. The purpose of this paper is to advise elected members on the updated flood hazard mapping that the Northland Regional Council has produced for the Ruawai catchment. This presentation will be led by the Regional Council's Climate Resilience Specialist, Mr. Matt DeBoer, who is online. We'll take the paper as read, and Matt will step you through the presentation that he's got. He will share a screen and work through that presentation now. And he's obviously available to answer any questions that elected members may have of information. Matt, over to you. Would you like to share your screen and step through the presentation?
Kia ora tātou. Let me just get my screen up. Okay. I trust that you can see a PowerPoint presentation there that says updated flood hazard modelling for Ruawai. My name's Matt DeBoer. I am, like Mike introduced me, I'm the Climate Resilience Specialist at Northland Regional Council. I'm a contractor at the moment, but I have spent a lot of time working at NRC in the climate change space and the natural hazard space as well. So I was involved in a lot of the early work on updating the flood hazard models, both for coastal and river flood, and was involved in the preliminary components of engaging the contractor to do this specific piece of work today. So what I want to talk to you today about is a new flood model that has been built for Ruawai, and the processes by which we undertook that flood modelling, a bit about the modelling itself, and what the next step is. So there'll be an opportunity to look at the new layers and ask questions. Please feel free to raise your hand or interrupt me during the presentation if you have specific questions. There won't be too much technical information, but I'm trying to give a balance of enough so that you get an idea of what goes into these maps, that there are quite a complex technical process, and then that they have statutory outcomes at the end of it. So I'm going to get going on this presentation now, unless there's any specific questions to start off with. So as I said, we'll start with a background to modelling, a bit about the actual model that we built for Ropo, something about the flood hazard scenarios that are inbuilt into the model, so what kind of considerations we look at. I'm going to give you a little bit of a background on how the model performed with respect to the recent big rain event from Cyclone Gabrielle. We'll have a look at the maps themselves, and I'll talk about what happens next in terms of the NRC's processes of publishing those maps. So the reasons that NRC does flood hazard modelling is that we are required to under legislation, and there are specific uses of those maps once we publish them and we do the work. Predominantly for land use planning, that includes district plans that are developed by district councils. It also helps us understand, for instance, for NRC, where we do flood management infrastructure, so that they have two components. They are detailed enough to help us develop flood scheme projects, and they also help with this climate change adaptation planning. Sorry, forgive that bottom line shouldn't be there, but that is happening at the moment in Ruawai. So that's an additional function as well as the statutory component of developing these models. Models are a computer simulation of reality. They're always wrong, but as we get better at modelling, they get better at predicting or projecting where water will be under different events. So they have complex computer processes, algorithms and equations that drive the processes that tell us how water will behave under different circumstances. They don't generally refer to specific events. They refer to a theoretical 100-year event you might have heard of, and they represent our best understanding under that particular scenario. We can tell the model what kind of event we want it to represent, but they generally don't specifically represent a given event. In general, flood models are run separately for river systems and coast systems, as they rely on very different processes, and I'll get into that a little bit in a minute. Models can give us really good information on where floodwater reaches, so we call that the extent of floodwater. How deep is it? How fast does it flow for? And we can, if pressed, get information on how long the floodwater, we expect the floodwater to last there. In terms of Ruawai, it's a bit complicated because you've got floodgates and that kind of thing, but the good models can help us understand, you know, all of these things. And all of these things put together tell us a bit about the kind of hazards that an event could pose. However, flood models do not tell us anything, like I've said, about current events. They will give us a general understanding, but they're not designed to tell us about a specific event. They're not good at telling us about forecasting what would happen in a particular event that's coming. You can do that, but generally our flood models don't answer those questions. And they also don't tell us much about risk. They don't tell us about what's on the property that might be flooded and how vulnerable that property or those assets or elements that we're concerned with, how vulnerable they are or how sensitive they are. That would be undertaken through a risk assessment process. So the flood models are really just telling us where the water is. When we look at river flood models, and this is a little bit technical, but I think it's good to have a bit of a background in this so you can understand the processes that we go through. So if there are specific technical questions, feel free to jump in. We have two types of models in general that we draw on when we try and understand the flooding that comes from rainfall. And generally, there's flooding that happens across the surface of a landscape, and there's flooding that happens from a big river channel that influences the landscape as well. And these models are usually done separately, but they can be linked together. And in the case of Ruawai, this is what we've done. We've built these two separate models. A 2D model is also called a rain on grid model, and the way it works is it imagines the landscape and it drops rain consistently over the whole area, and then the computer says, for every given droplet of rain, which direction would it flow? And eventually you get these flow accumulation points, and eventually they end up in the channels at the bottom, and you can see how the water piles up. And there's equations to tell you how fast the water can flow over the surfaces, including through the channels. 1D models generally are more about the linear hydraulic flow through channels. So they're very good at understanding the flow under bridges, through culverts and that kind of thing, but they don't tell you anything about what's happening on the surface, so water ponding and that kind of thing. So when you link these two types of models together, they can give you a fairly accurate picture of where, once the rain falls on the landscape, where the water will go, how long it takes to get down the channel and out into the sea. The kind of data that these river flood models use is all the kind of data that NRC already collects. So, you know, we've got a whole lot of rain gauges across the region. We've got flow gauges on many rivers. We've got tide gauges across, 7 of them across the region. We've got rainfall intensity projections that come from NIWA, including under different climate scenarios into the future. And we have information on how rainfall falls during an event. So we develop a storm type that we use in our models. There might be preceding rainfall and then a very heavy event, and then it tapers off. So we have that's called a hyetograph, how the rainfall falls over time. We also have a whole lot of data that is about the topography we can bring in specific survey data on flood protection structures, and we can also bring in information on culverts and channels, different types of infrastructure and floodgates and that kind of thing. So currently, yeah, the LiDAR, you can see there that before 2019, we had a very patchy LiDAR, and for Ruai, that was a problem. Now we have a full region-wide, very high-quality LiDAR data set, and the LiDAR is the landscape digital elevation model. So we've had the ability to do some really good flood modelling across the entire region. I will note that groundwater and sediment transport in our models is extremely complicated and generally is excluded from these models. Somewhere like Ruai acknowledge that groundwater is a big issue. We do have the ability to set the ability for the water to drain away in the model, and there's always an equation there that says, well, if after you've had so much rain, the ground is soaked and it's not going to take up any more water. That's built into the model, but it doesn't include the complex groundwater processes that occur, where there's aquifers being charged from distant catchments. So it's not that element is not included. I think in the future that is some gap that we'd like to fill in. In terms of coastal flood hazard models, these are, coastal storm events are a different kettle of fish altogether. You'll be aware this is really the storm surge that happens, and typically with a big cyclonic system, a low pressure system, where the surface of the sea is raised, and there can be inundation from the sea. Generally, there's a number of functional attributes of a storm surge. First of all is the normal tidal cycle. You've also got interdecadal cycles like El Nino that influence the overall level of the sea. You've got wind pushing up, in case of Ruai, a blowing southwesterly for a week or so will push up water into the harbour. The barometric pressure, once you get a very low pressure system, that sucks the whole level of the sea up. It can be up to 30 centimetres or so. And then you've got the pressure from the waves pushing towards the coast, which is the wave setup, and then anything that's splashing on top, the swash, is called the wave run-up. In terms of at Ruai, we've found that the flows in the river do contribute somewhat to a storm surge, but not down at Ruai. It's not significant. In the upper reaches of the Wairau, it does play a role. And the kind of data that we bring into coastal flood hazard models is, you can see there's a whole lot of different data sets that we bring in. There's wind models, there's wind records, tide records. Obviously, the wind models generate wave models so that we can understand, and there's also some wave data, but we generate wave models to say how big are the waves at the coast given different types of wind conditions. We look at the bathymetry of the underlying surface of the harbour. We look at storm climatology, barometric pressure, and then an important component here is sea level rise. As we're looking forward into the future, there's the science tells us that the level of the sea is increasing, and there are some projections that we draw on international and national from Ministry for Environment guidance to tell us about which sea level rise values we should use.
Matt, can I interrupt you there?
Yes, of course.
When you sea level rise, where are you getting your information from that? Is that IPC predictions or NIWA predictions? Which ones? Because there's quite a few, isn't there?
Well, we use the Ministry for the Environment's coastal hazards guidance. They draw on the most up-to-date modelling. So yeah, though there are a number of projections. For someone who works in the field, it can be a bit bewildering because there seems to be models everywhere. Everyone's got their different version. There is a recent collection or a research project called NZ Rise that was led by NIWA that used IPCC projections, and they have given us an updated data set across the whole country. So we generally use those, and we use the levels that are recommended by the Ministry for Environment, because these are statutory levels essentially, and they need to be, they refer to legislation like the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. So we derive those levels from the Ministry for Environment recommendations, and then we put those scenarios into our models. I've got a slide a little bit further on, if you can wait for a second, and you'll see how the levels that we use, the sea level rise levels, match up with the Ministry for the Environment recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Hang on, another question here from Councillor Gordon Lambert.
Hi, Matt. Just on that Te Kiwa or NZ Sea Rise, they've only done coastal mapping. They haven't done any river mapping. Or have you got access? Have they expanded it up past rural Wai?
No, it's a good point. It is only coastal. So that, yeah, there is a project being run by NIWA on a national rainfall model. That is yet to be published. However, what we know from previous experience, that national models are not as accurate as local models. And generally, it's difficult to run a very high resolution model across an entire country. It's hard enough running it for a small place like Ruawai, let alone the entire country. So what those national models are useful for is filling in the gaps for districts or regions where there are gaps in the modeled extents. It helps to serve as a data source for that. The coastal levels that have been produced by NIWA are useful in the thing that they brought was this thing called vertical land movement, which looks at seismic and the shift due to geology, so the land sinking or rising, and align that with the sea level rise data. So that was an interesting research project that did that. They also provided, they updated all of the projections using the most recent IPCC data. So that was the NZ Sea Rise project that provided that, and you can go online and find that. The river flood models are yet to be published, like I said, and I think some of the things that we'll see from that are some consistent modelling across the country. The problem with the local models being very accurate, but they don't tend to be consistent. So what Auckland does is different to what Caddo does is different to what we do, and that's because there is no national standard for flood modelling, and potentially in the future we'll see something that makes it more consistent.
Yes, thank you, Matt. Just for the benefit of people who haven't seen that NZ Sea Rise, there are actually some levels or some areas of the country which are the sea level the land mass is increasing in height quicker than what the sea level rise is predicted. Am I correct there?
Yeah, that's correct.
Plenty Tauranga and Mount Maunganui.
Yeah, it's a complicated picture, and there are research scientists from NIWA who are out there measuring sediment. So often it's to do with the amount of sediment that's there's a bunch of ways that land can rise, right? So one way is that you get sediment coming from the catchment, and that builds up, especially in estuarine systems. So the Thames Coromandel, I think at Kaiaua, that is actually keeping up with sea level rise. It's got about a somewhere in the order of 5 millimeters a year of sediment increase. In other places, it's due to tectonic or volcanic reasons that there's subsurface shift in the elevation of coastal land. Some areas are sinking due to peat shrinkage. There's a whole bunch of reasons. Or if you look at Kaikoura, post-quake, there was a big subsidence there of a whole area of up to 1 metre, I think, in some places. So there's a bunch of, it's different across the whole country. In terms of the area that we're looking at right now, Ruawai, that the projections from the Sea Rise project is that area is sinking in the order of 2 to 3 millimetres a year.
Thank you.
Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be brief. Matt, you can probably hear me. Thanks for admitting that all models are wrong. You said it in the beginning. And my question is, for the uneducated and uninitiated like us, would you in your presentation be kind enough to tell us what are the key inputs have been changed for the new model? And two, do you need ratification from any other agencies or body after the model is done? Thank you.
Okay, so the two parts to your question. The first part, I'm just about to get into that component that where we're seeing what changed in the new model. So I'll definitely cover that in a certain amount of detail. If there are further questions, please pipe up and ask me. The second question is as to whether we are required to have the model verified. Like I said just before, there is no national standard for flood modelling. So there is and there is no correlating responsible agency. Generally, the practice is that we get the models peer reviewed, so that there's an understanding of there's a built-in process of quality assurance. But as to your question, whether there's an agency like DIA or something that goes around checking regional councils or district councils for their flood modelling, that is not the case. So there is no responsible agency, government agency that does that.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll just keep plugging on. Excuse me. So now I'm going to get into a little bit more about the modelling at Ruawai itself. So we've covered a bit about the theoretical background of what goes into these models. Now let's look at what's happened at Ruawai in terms of a history of flood modelling. So if we look at the bottom, let's start with the river flooding models at the bottom left. In the 1990s and early 2000s, the only data that we had was we didn't have any river flood models for the area. We had these things called flood susceptible layers, which were based on a combination of soil type, proximity to waterways. It was the best guess that we had at the kind of soils that were generally susceptible to flooding. So alluvial soils, clay soils, these, based on the input from geologists, they said, well, these are the kind of soils that consistently are built up due to flooding processes. However, that doesn't really tell you whether it floods right now or not. It just tells you that it's probably flooded in the past. So that was our best guess. In about 2016, Regional Council started this project called the Priority Rivers Program, which was really to start understanding where the Regional Council should start doing flood works across the whole of Northland, and that identified some priority areas, and it led to the collection of some of this digital elevation data that I shared before. That was a bit patchy. It was quite expensive to collect back in the day. And so then the development of these catchment models, 1D models, and there has been a model built in 2016 of the Kaihu and the Upper Wairoa, but not for Ruawai back then. Then in 2021, or in 2019, we got the region-wide LiDAR collected. That allowed us to do some work on developing flood model for the entire region, and that's what we had with the output that you can see in the third from the left on the bottom is the flood model that we got from that process. Now we acknowledge that was not necessarily fit for purpose for this specific site, given the high level of drainage intervention that operates. So we heard some feedback from the community, and NRC engaged the same consultant to update the model. And then that's what you see on the bottom right is the final updated model, which I'm presenting today. In terms of coastal models, a similar kind of process that we didn't really have enough LiDAR to develop a good model. We had a hydrodynamic model built in 2016, but it still was based on these two different sets of LiDAR, and there was some problems with that. But it did give us some kind of flows across the from coastal storms. A few years later, we improved that that model, developing a whole of harbour hydrodynamic model, and then from that we have since integrated it into the model that we're presenting today. So today is an integrated coastal and river flood model. So that's a bit of a history of the specific site. How we got there was we worked with the local drainage board. The consultant developed a relationship with Ian Beattie and some of the others on the drainage board, brought in the data from the drainage scheme. You can see that central panel is like the digitized version of all of the channels, the stop gates, the culverts, where there's been surveyed stop banks, other comments. All of that went into the model setup. Some of the information from the last model could help us show where the low points in the model were and whether that correlated with lived experience. And so really trying to build up this input from local sort of knowledge holders. And where we got to was that and this is answering the previous question, is that the old model was part of this region-wide model. It was merely a 2D model, so it didn't include any of the drainage structures, so floodgates and that kind of thing. The tidal boundary was not accurate. It didn't have all of the latest stop bank surveyed. We put in what we could, but we didn't have everything. And it had a separate coastal model. What the outcome of that was that it was over predicting flooding. Generally, what was happening was that the river was, you know, the both from the coastal storms and from the catchment flooding, the basin was filling up but not getting out. The new model allows the drainage system to operate much how it does in real life, that the floodgates operate for the one directional flows, and as the tidal cycle rises and falls, the water drains out of the flood drainage system. There's new survey data put in along some of the, especially Drain K, that has improved some of the projections, and hydraulic structures, like I said, and the tidal boundary is a shifting tidal boundary. So you get, as at the low tide, you get the drainage system draining out. So there has been a lot of improvements there.
Can I just ask a question from Councillor Paniora, please?
Thank you. Just for the old model, so you're saying that on the left-hand side, so we've got Te Kōpuru running along the left-hand side. Are you saying in the new model, it's because there appears to be minimal flooding in that area? Is that because it was overestimating the flooding, or does the new model not really focus on Te Kōpuru and the other area?
The new model focuses only on the Roper drainage district. And the reason for that being that it was identified as a specific site that required much more detailed modelling. The level of effort to undertake this kind of level of modelling is quite high. So we haven't done the same process for Te Kōpuru. I imagine that, you know, if there was reason to believe that there was really needed in Te Kōpuru, it's something that NRC could look at. But it's not something that we could instantly do across the entire region, because there's a lot of effort to go into this kind of level of modelling.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we can see that the predicted extents due to these improvements in the model, have changed. So here we're just seeing on the left, we're seeing the results from the region-wide model for a 1 in 100 year rainfall-induced flooding event, and you can see the southeast portion of the drainage scheme really heavily impacted, as well as the western portion, as a major difference between the two. And on the right, you can see that there's still a lot of ponding there. So the blue areas are where you've got water sitting there for at a certain depth over for a certain amount of time. Generally, those areas have reduced, and some areas have reduced significantly. In terms of the coastal flooding, there's quite a big change here, and this is largely due to improvements in the quality of the survey data used for the stop banks. And so because you can imagine if one area in the stop bank is surveyed, if the LiDAR hasn't picked up the correct levels, the water, the model will think that that's a low point in the stop bank, and it will flow over that in the model and gradually fill up the basin. The other part of it is that this model allows the water to drain out during low tide events, and so it also has a component of understanding that only so much water can flow over the top of the stop banks, even if the stop banks were breached. So there is a big change in the extent of the coastal flooding there, as you can see.
Councillor Nair?
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Just one question again, Matt. In the new model, you have considered culverts, drainage, and stop banks to provide the areas which will not be flooded. What kind of percentage you have used in terms of their functioning? Do you think all of them will work at 100% capacity and all of them will be cleared? Have you assumed that much, or have you taken a lower percentage of their functioning?
Yeah, this is a good technical question. I would have to check the model report. I wasn't the modeler doing the work, so I don't have that number off the top of my head. So the question is, do the floodgates operate at 100% efficiency or something less? I believe that the number that was reached was as a result of checking in with the drainage board onto what actually happens in reality, referencing some industry standards. And so from memory, it was something in the order of 70 to 80% efficiency or something like that, not 100% efficiency, but also it's not assuming that the floodgates are compromised in any way.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm aware that I'm at about half an hour now, so I think I've probably got another 10 minutes or something like that, if that's okay. I want to just speak quickly to when we develop these models, there are things we call them scenarios, and this is the assumptions that got run into the model and that tell us about what changes the magnitude of the event. For river flooding, this is you've heard a lot about these annual return intervals. That's the 1 in 100 year event, or 1 in 50, or 1 in 200 year event. There is also the impact of projected change in rainfall intensity. So there are some specific figures that we use from NIWA on that. And then there's sea level rise that we've mentioned before. In the case of coastal flooding, the size of the storm event, so that's the annual return interval. So whether it's a really big storm surge or a smaller one, sea level rise. And the other component of coastal flooding, of course, is vertical land movement, but we have not included that component in these scenarios. When we look at those scenarios, I won't go into all of this, but you can see that there are different scenarios used for the different coastal flooding, river flooding, in terms of what we present, what will eventually be published on the NRC website. And these are related to statutory requirements under the RMA and the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. So I won't go through all of them, but hopefully it makes a little bit of sense that generally you're looking at a certain magnitude of storm. For coastal flooding, we generally pick a 1 in 100 year coastal storm and then add sea level rise on top of that. For river flooding, we look at smaller river flood events that are referred to in the legislation, and then also a 100-year event with sea level rise on top of it. For interest, we also have run in the model what high tide would look like with sea level rise. They are not statutory and they won't be published on the NRC website, but that information is also available. Yes.
Excuse me, Matt, I've got a question here from Councillor Larson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, thanks, Matt. Could you just clarify for us in that modelling, you're talking about sea level rise. Are you talking about RCP 8.7 sea level rise or some other metric in your modelling?
I think I have yeah, here we go. I've got a slide here. Now this, I'll have that slide on the screen while I'm talking to your question. There are different recommendations from the Ministry for the Environment on which sea level rise scenario to use. It's a bit complicated to talk through in detail, but I would say that for the coastal flood hazard 1 scenario, so this is a 1 in this is the 1 in 50 year coastal hazard coastal flood scenario with 0.6 of a metre of sea level rise. This corresponds to what is now known under the IPCC AR6 report, is known as the SSP5 8.5.
That is RCP, sorry, Matt, that is RCP 8.7 though. That is the equivalent. Yes.
I would have to check on that. As far as I understand, this is SSP5 is the same as RCP 8.5. They don't use the RCP terminology anymore. And this is because it's a socioeconomic projection that includes, it's really an emissions scenario. And it's saying how, what kind of sea level rise would we expect if there was a high emission? So it's a high emission scenario.
Yeah, sorry, can I just come back to that, because I think I said 8.7, I mean 8.5. It is the same. RCP 8.5 is the same as SSP5 8.5, yes?
Correct, yep.
Yeah. So that's what you're taking from the Ministry for the Environment, is that correct?
This is the recommendation in the Ministry for Environment's guidance, and including the updated guidance that came out last year. Yep.
And do you take that unquestioningly from them, or do you actually look at other things?
We use that is the guidance, the national guidance. So if we were to do something different, we would need to have some very good reasons to.
Well, I understood that at COP27, the IPCC now acknowledged that your RCP 8.5 is absolutely unfeasible and impossible to occur. It involves using an increase in coal consumption of 500%, which would use all of the available coal known. And they've actually acknowledged that RCP 3.4 is actually a much more likely scenario, which would have a much lower sea level rise prediction. So,
yeah, this is a good debate to have. I'm not sure that we have time to get to the bottom of it. All I will say is that
sorry, Matt, can I just finish, because it's critical to your modelling. If the science has been acknowledged even by the IPCC that in fact the sea level rise predictions are nowhere near as high as what was anticipated under RCP 8.5, and then you're doing this modelling, and then our ratepayers end up with coastal inundation mapping imposed from NRC onto their land that tells them they can't use their land. When we know that the underlying modelling is wrong, why are we continuing to perpetuate that error?
There is good reason to use a precautionary approach when applying a risk-based methodology. the use of scenarios is not to generate a likely probability. It's in terms of the rate of sea level rise, it's recognized that there is a high degree of uncertainty in terms of where we will be. Historically, we are tracking against the highest emission projections that have been predicted through science. So we are not on track of reducing emissions globally. Secondly, the scenarios we use here are not trying to say this is what we think will happen. This is to say these are planning scenarios to be used to give guidance to risk-based planning decisions. There is also in the IPCC report, acknowledgement that the range of potential sea level rise, the range of sea level rise outside the 30 to 40 year window. We know for the next 30 to 40 years, we've got a locked in amount of sea level rise. We don't know how much it's going to go up by after that. But there is also an acknowledgement that we don't know much about ice sheet projections. The current ice, the sea level rise modelling that's being used through the IPCC does not include, catastrophic disintegration of ice sheets. And so the IPCC does suggest that that higher sea level rise is possible. And so the Ministry for Environment, and I'm happy to forward you the specific paragraph where they address this point in the guidance as to why RCP 8.5 is used rather than a lower RCP, is that because of this uncertainty, a risk-based planning approach should use a higher level of sea level rise than what you are suggesting, because this takes a more precautionary approach. So I'm happy to forward that specific advice. So we are not going against the Ministry for the Environment advice, because we believe that they are, that the Ministry for Environment is acting with the best advisors possible, including Rob Bell, who wrote the Coastal Hazards Guidance.
Okay, thanks for that. Well, I mean, it's a conversation I think we'll probably take further as we work through our planning as well. So if you can send that through, that would be useful. I mean, we've got dedicated climate change staff on our council as well. And so maybe we need to have some more conversation to better understand that.
Okay. Yeah, and I will send through an email with an extract from the latest Ministry for Environment guidance.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll push on. So you could see there that basically this slide is trying to say that we are consistent with the national guidance, including the most up-to-date guidance. I don't need to dwell on that. I'd like to just have a quick discussion of the most recent big rainfall event that we had, and how the model performed against that. So it's quite interesting that during that the 14th of February event, the rainfall return period that we got from Ruawai wasn't actually that high. I know that some other local gauges showed much higher results. Even when you take across the whole rainfall collection record, it's not actually one of the highest rainfall events. But if you look at the overall three-day event from a local gauge at Paparoa, that is actually very high. It's a 1 in 100 year event for that particular catchment. And if you look at a fairly close but a separate catchment flow gauge that we have on the Manganui River, this is a 1 in 120 year event for that specific. So that's an 8 metre above seasonal low flow increase in level for that particular stream. In terms of the tide the impacts on tide. So this is the storm surge. You can see that at the 14th of February, we are at a low point in the monthly tidal cycle. And so the peak that came through increased the high tide to just above what a spring tide would be for the month. So basically saying that yeah, the orange dotted line is sort of trying to emulate where we'd expect the high tides to be at that time of the month. But actually what we got is about a metre of a surge on top of that peak. It's not a lot higher than a normal spring tide, and that's why, you know, not many of the stop banks were overtopped, but the low tide was especially high, and that influences the amount of water that could get out of the system.
Matt, can I butt in there? I've got a Councillor Vincent wants to ask a question.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Matt, I'm actually a member of the Raupo Drainage Committee, the council's appointee to it. So I've acquainted with things a little bit. And my understanding is that that Wallace Road rain gauge can produce quite inconsistent results in times of high wind for some unknown reason, but it just doesn't seem that reliable in those conditions. Because maybe it was actually like 200 plus mils for that day instead of just 100. How do you respond to that?
Look, I checked in with our hydrology team and I asked them that exact question. Their response was they thought that it was operating relatively well. Yeah, they didn't believe that there was a problem with the gauge. But you know, I did press them on the point, and they said, look, there are differences between rain gauges around. I know Ian Beattie was pressing that point in one of the meetings I went to, saying that his gauge is just down the road, and he got a lot more than that. So yeah, it is something that we'll follow up. I think in any rainfall gauges are subject to local conditions, so it's possible that specific gauge is not operating in the same way that someone else's gauge in the same locality is.
Yeah, because I mean, the significance of that is that, like, what you've officially recorded as a 10 to 15 year average return interval event, as opposed to something significantly more extreme, and that would have a bearing on I guess our planning for the future, particularly with our district plan. And so I won't interrupt you again. I'm interested to know how we might use this information in preparing our district plan in terms of setting perhaps minimum floor levels in that area or whatever for future development. Like, is this something that we can, this modelling, and I think you've covered yourself pretty well at the beginning, in that saying, well, it's not exactly that it tells lies, but you can't guarantee it's we're a darn sight better to have it than not have it. But can we base district plan provisions on this information?
That is probably a better question for Mike Day, who's in the room. But if I just lay out the responsibilities between the agencies here, Northland Regional Council has responsibilities to provide hazard information. You know, we're legislated to do that. We do that, and we continually update the information that we have. There's a requirement under the regional policy statement that district councils will use that information to in the natural hazards component of their district plans. The exact process that district councils use to do that is not the responsibility of Northland Regional Council. There are specific considerations under the RMA that district councils need to adhere to go through that process, including community consultation. So the Northland Regional Council's role is to keep abreast of the latest science, provide the most up-to-date information we can, and work on continually updating it as we see fit. I think, yeah, I think if you want to have a question about how it's used in the in developing finished floor levels and that kind of thing, it's definitely a question for your district plan team.
Thank you.
Okay, so just to finish up that question about Cyclone Gabrielle, when I spoke to Ian Beattie about this model, he said, well, you know what, there was one of the model runs that we'll see in a second that actually depicted the flooding really well, and that is a 100-year rainfall event with 0.6 of a metre of sea level rise, and that without a coastal storm there. So that's basically saying that we had a bit of storm surge and a lot of rain in the catchment, and that he said from his you know, on the ground reconnaissance during and after the event that the flood extents from that model that you can see on the screen now were pretty well correlated. And I will say that Ian Beattie, who knows the drainage district probably better than anyone, has called this model a gold standard, and he's very proud of the model, and so we are really quite satisfied that you know, we've worked quite closely with Ian and the rest of the drainage board to make sure that the best data is in there. And so while it's not perfect, it is representing to a degree of reality what's happening on the ground.
Okay, Matt, excuse me, I've got a question from Ash Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly, so this model actually depicts the reality of Cyclone Gabrielle, right? And it covers those areas which I presume you're excluding to be flooded when you're proposing the areas. When I see on the top left, that area is probably excluded, that it will be flooded. How can you expect something not to be flooded which has been flooded?
I'm not sure I understand the question entirely, but I will give it a go. So the model does not try to emulate an event. I'll put it that I said that right at the start. These models are not designed to copy events. You can do that with models, but this model is not designed to do that. What this slide is showing is that one of the scenarios that we ran for a theoretical flood situation, which is a 1 in 100-year flood event with 0.6 meters of sea level rise, one of the local knowledge holders, Ian Beattie, said, this theoretical scenario matches quite well with what we experienced on the ground. And you can see that the school there, Ruawai College, has some degree of flooding.
Sorry, Matt, that's exactly what I'm saying. How can you eat a dead lizard if you see that it has flooded and then you say propose that it will not flood? How can we take that? What has happened, you agree with that it has happened, it has flooded all those areas, and now you are proposing it will not be flooded in the next 100 years. How is acceptable to a mind like me?
So you're saying that, you know, you're disagreeing with Ian, and you're saying actually these areas did flood and it's not showing up on the model.
No, I'm not disagreeing. It's saying it's flooded. All this blue is flooded, isn't it?
Well, this is, yes, the blue areas are, and I will say that the light blue.
You're saying will not be flooded. The one on the left and one on the right, if you look at the model proposed. Anyway, carry on. Thank you.
Councillor Vincent, you could slip in there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, Matt, I wonder, like Ian provided a report to council a couple of meetings ago, just a debrief, I guess, on how the storm event went, and there were some observations in that too about where there were shortcomings and so on. I just wonder, would you have seen that report?
I have not seen that report.
Okay, well, perhaps we should arrange just, I mean, for your general background information, it may be of some value to you, I'm not sure, from like in terms of your modelling, whether it would make any difference, but it may make a difference to the interpretation of some of the results, that's all. So I just thought we should share that information with you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm aware that I've probably gone way over time, so I don't have too many more slides, but if we want to have a look at the maps, I can bring those up and we can have a look at some of the different scenarios. But can I just have a time check, please?
About 6 minutes, Matt, on my clock.
Okay. What I might do is I'll skip over looking at the detailed model for a second, and we can get to that in a minute. But I just want to say what's next so that we cover this. So essentially, like I described before, Northland Regional Council is required to publish this hazard information. There's a process by which we go through an internal process to really to make sure that the maps are published in the right way for internet readiness. And there's the GIS process that takes place. We have a few other areas that we have updated, including Whangarei City and some other bits and pieces across the region. So we're going to update all of that at the same time. I would expect that we'll have that up on the Northland Regional Council Natural Hazards portal by the end of July or sometime in August. But the district plan team at Kaipara has access to this information, and so it can be used in the interim, but it won't be available to the public until it's available on the Northland Regional Council website. So that's the end of my presentation. What I can quickly do is I'm going to stop sharing this particular screen, and just bear with me for a second. And I can bring up the actual I'm not sure where it is. Sorry, bear with me. So I'm having trouble with this. Maybe it's this one here. Okay, hopefully you can see a screen with the similar flood hazard level on it. What I wanted to do was to show you a bit about how the hazards have changed. But given that we've only got a couple of minutes, if I can answer any other questions, perhaps that's a better use of my time. Unless someone would like to have a look at a specific, flood hazard scenario.
Any questions? Yeah, thank you, Matt. Just one thing that I found particularly encouraging with your presentation was the fact that I talked to Ian Beattie from Ruai, and he said that he was pretty happy with the fact that the latest mapping shows what is actually happening at Ruai, and that's probably going to give the likes of Michael Day and the team confidence in helping us allow Ruai residents to confidently look to the future for what they can and can't do in terms of flooding. So thank you very much for your presentation.
You're very welcome. Yeah, we've been really encouraged too by Ian's willingness to sort of pitch in and really help improve the model. It was quite a process, but from what I understand, working from the consultant's perspective, Ian was quite asking a lot. But at the end of the day, what matters is the outcome or the final product.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to item 2, Kaipara transport choice to be presented by Mashali and Elizabeth.
Cheers.
Oh, thank you.
Beautiful. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having us back. I'm Elizabeth Stacey, road safety and traffic engineer with the NTA. Here today to support my colleague, Vaishali Sankar, another one of our road safety engineers who was instrumental in securing this funding for the Transport Choices package in Dargaville. So with that, I've been assigned to tech support, which is a horrible idea, quite honestly, for me. So if I get the slides wrong, Vaishali, you just kick me under the table and we'll go from there. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having us here today. So today we're going to be talking about the Transport Choices package. So in mid last year, Ministry of Transport announced $340 billion under the emission reductions plan, and the package is called Transport Choices Package. A total of 46 councils were successful in securing the funding, and I'm happy to announce that was one among them. And our key focus is Dargaville. So the key focus is mode shift, that is reducing the reliance on cars, and the target is 20% reduction in vehicle kilometers traveled. So that is the key focus of emissions reduction plan as a whole. So this package, it primarily consists of 4 categories, and our project had to fit within one of the 4 categories to be able to fund it. And it is creating walkable neighborhoods, delivering strategic cycling networks, and then creating safe and healthy school travel. And the last one is making public transport more reliable. But for us, for Dargaville, we are just going to be focusing on the first 3 categories here. So this is an overall map of Dargaville itself. And we've received a total of $8 million in funding. And I'd probably try and answer some of the few questions that we received earlier today as part of the presentation, but if not, I'll try and address it later after our presentation. So we've just split it up into 4 packages to make it easier for delivering and monitoring purposes for Waka Kotahi itself. But the $8 million is for all 4 packages together. And then this is a 100% government funded project. The only key criteria, one of the key criteria that we have to meet is we have to deliver them by June 2024. Our key focus, as stated earlier, is connecting. We've got 5 schools in Dargaville.
Sorry, by deliver, do you mean?
Yes, implementation, that is construction. Yes, that's right.
Hello, Chair.
Councillor Naya?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a clarification. So this blue line, that's Victoria Street,
Yes, that's right.
and that's the dedicated cycleway, the only dedicated cycleway.
Yes.
You're proposing an $8 million deal, right?
Yes, that is just one of the proposals, and this is since it's still at a concept stage, we will be proposing a few other options as well to the community for their engagement, and that's when we will decide and we will come back to
Thank you, Chair.
decision.
Councillor Ayora?
I'm sorry. So you're saying it's still at the concept stage, which then means that we need to engage with and consult with the public and key stakeholders, and then get the contractors on board and complete it all within 12 months.
Through the mayor, yes, that is correct. Yes, so we have planned to engage with the community in the next 2 months. That is from July to August, and then we will come back to the council for a decision in September.
Do you have people ready to go to start it?
Yes, that's correct. Yep, so we've got 5 schools in Dargaville, which we are trying to provide better and safe connections to. And as part of this project, we will also provide a safe connection to the town center, because we've got the state highway running across the district now, separating the neighborhoods and the town center itself. So we will try and crossing there, and we will connect with Southern Park as well. I'll let Elizabeth talk to this slide because she has completed the engagement process for Fanon, so she will take.
Well, not quite completed, but we've gotten some really good feedback. So I'm sensing that you all understand the amount of time that we had to deliver this project in, and that we're going to be moving like this. So yes, we have engaged a consultant for the concept plans as well as the engagement piece, because it really focuses around the 5 schools and giving kids the ability to walk or ride their bike or use their scooter to get to school. We're proposing that we go to the schools themselves, as we did in the far north, and get an understanding of what those barriers are. Are parents fearful for their kids' safety in walking and cycling to school? This is an engagement poster that we did in Kitty Kitty, where kids identified things that we wouldn't have thought of. A route that we thought was perfectly acceptable, we got the words back, it's too creepy. And it was the overhanging trees and whatnot. So seeing things through eyes of the non-engineers provides great value for us. So the school engagement will be one portion of how we go out to public. The other piece will be a more generalized engagement. We're planning to use social pinpoint. I don't know if we've used that before in KDC to allow people to engage both online with direct comments, and we'll have some drop-in sessions as well. So what Vaishali is presenting today is literally our first concept out the gate, but we are absolutely open to that community feedback and how that works.
Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Thank you. Just a quick question. I didn't send them earlier, but just thought of. Understand the focus, excuse me, on the schools, but will this still enable, say, mobility scooters, wheelchairs, prams? Will that still be part of the design and the accessibility of the project?
Through the mayor, yes, definitely. We will, as we incorporate, if we are going with shared path or separate cycleways, we will definitely do something that is mobility friendly as well.
Right. Perfect.
So for example, the separated cycleways would not preclude the existing footpaths that do cater to those mobility scooters and other users.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And with that, I'll hand back to Vaishali.
So over here, we've just got an existing, I've just highlighted one of the streets in Darwin, which is Gordon. So this is the existing layout. As we can see, we've got footpath on one side and we've got extremely wide berms. And this is just typically 20-meter road reserve that we've got in most of the local streets in Darwin. And this is one of the possible layouts that is
Sorry, straight away, that's not a good street to do because we've had flooding multiple times there and some flash flooding right in there. So encouraging young ones to walk that path when there's extreme event, but just just things like that.
through the mayor. Relating to Gordon Street, we do have an existing footpath project as part of the LTP. As you can see, we've got berms and we do not have any dedicated footpath on one side. So instead of a footpath, we can have a shared path. So that was actually a part of one of the LTP programs, this LTP that was already funded, but which we will not be delivering because that might be covered by SIF itself.
Specific to your question, though, as part of the project, they're going to be looking at that storm of the piece and what they have to do to mitigate for storm events. Yeah.
So this is just one of the possible layouts, but we will still be proposing a few other options to the community so that we can get their feedback and what would be better for that particular streets. So this is a typical 30-meter road reserve, but this is only for those 3 blocks. That is 30-meter road reserve, and then it narrows down to 20 meters, which is typical, which is similar to Gordon Street. So this is one of the possible considerations, that is providing a separated cycleway within the berm itself. Therefore, we wouldn't affect the parking or remove parkings for on-road parkings, but we will be proposing on-road cycle lanes as well when we engage with the community, because we want.
Councillor Member.
So is the cycleway proposed to be at the left side of the parking or the right side of the parking?
Through the chair, so it is going to be within the berm itself. So it's going to be further away from the curb. We will make sure that we do not have any dooring.
So from the centre line, we have, just to clarify, we have the carriageway.
That's correct.
And then we have a parking area where people are getting in and out of vehicles with doors opening.
That's correct.
And then we're going to have a cycleway.
We'd have a curb, and then we'd have certain grass berms to make to provide the separation from the shoulders to the separated cycleways itself.
Can you see the little grass berm on the map?
Yeah, but that might be a bit wider depending on the availability of the berms and the existing road reserve down in Dargaville.
Yeah, just to clarify that.
No,
and that's a common practice to do that?
Yes, that's correct, yes. Yeah. So we are focusing on providing a crossing on State Highway itself, which would have to go to Walker-Dartney for their approval because they are the local, they are the controlling authority. And we are This might be one of the possible pedestrian crossings that we might be providing, but then again, we would have to go to Walk Kotaki for their approval for that particular crossing over there. And this is just to provide the connectivity between the town center and the residential area. And we've considered Avakino Road because we've got residential areas on either sides and we've got schools on either sides as well. And then we've got the hospital down at Avakino Road, and then we've got the residential area down on the right-hand side of Victoria Street and then the town center itself. And we received one of the questions whether we considered the connectivity to the hospital itself. As part of the initial bid, we did propose the footpath connection because there's none at the moment on Avakino Road, but unfortunately that wasn't. But we will definitely consider providing the connection at a later stage, probably as part of the LTP itself. And as part of the previous agenda briefing, we did receive a prior plan change application as well. So we'll try to provide the connectivity to the town as well. Right.
And I will say that Michelle has already reached out to our partners at Waka Kotahi and started that early engagement on possible crossing locations. So ahead of the day, once again.
So in summary, the key things that we are looking for as part of this project is providing approximately 8 kilometers of walking and cycling connections throughout Dalkiville, which will again relate back to one of the categories within the package itself, because that is the initial criteria, because it has to meet within one of those. And the next one is providing safe, obvious and step-free connections to the school itself, which would encourage them to walk or cycle to the schools if they are in and around Dalkiville.
This is meeting your goals around schools, right?
That is correct. Right? Yes, it then fits within the category of providing safe, healthy school travel, which is one of the categories in the package itself. And the third one is connecting the Dalkiville CBD, that is the town center and the residential area, because we've got a distorted network at the moment because of the state highway. Therefore, providing safe crossing would enable and encourage them to walk or cycle to the town center itself. State crossing on the state highway. Thank you.
Councillor Ross McDonald.
Just to add to what, sorry there. There's actually a lot of school children that need to walk into town to meet their parents at work. So that alone will be amazing because everyone's having to sort of run out and cross the road because nobody wants their kids crossing that state highway. It's good tomorrow. So that's really fantastic to see. Thank you for to all the staff were that took the initiative to find this funding for us. It's an amazing project for Dargaville and actually a shared pathway is something that I've envisaged, especially up Hurricane Road for such a long time, because there are so many people already walking, cycling, mobility scooters, etc. And so yeah, I'm just so excited by this. So thank you is what I wanted to say. I wish we could do it for every town in the district. But my question actually was relating to the dates for the engagement. Is that something that we will be aware of as elected members and be able to attend?
Through the share, yes, most definitely. We will get in touch with you and we would like to invite you if you'd like to be a part of that. And we are trying to get in touch with the schools at the moment before they go off on their vacation. We are trying to get in touch with them and engage with them first. And then we get in touch with the key stakeholders and then the community and set up the formal engagement process.
So, and if I can add on to that, Vishali is working very closely with KDC's comms and engagement staff. So everything will run through council's comms and engagement, be up on the website.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well done.
Okay. That was the Kaipara Transport activity briefing be presented by Calvin Thomas, the General Manager of Northland Transport Alliance. Oh, and Bernard Peterson. And Greg Monteith might be joining us online.
Good morning. Before we kick off with the report, I mentioned in the covering briefing paper that we'd give a verbal update on storm response. So as most of you may be aware, immediately after the storm, Wakatahi announced a interim 100% financial assistance rate package. At that time, it was to cover immediate recovery works through to the end of June. And because of the time constraints, that drove a lot of our decision-making and prioritisation about what works to get done first. So the intent of the team over those first couple of months was to focus on the type of work that was going to attract the 100% funding and get Kaipara best bang for buck. In the last 3 weeks, Wakatahi have received additional funding from government, which has allowed them to extend the 100% funding date beyond June. It's still the same criteria of work type, so it's the phase 2, which is what we call phase 2, which is the under 100,000 less complex sites, but they've taken the time constraint off it. So what that means is we're now able to develop a more holistic best for network approach as opposed to just trying to get as much done before June. So that program's being worked through at the moment. We still anticipate getting the majority of the phase 2 under 100,000 completed in the next 2 to 3 months. And then it will move on. And in parallel with that, we're initiating the geotech designs for the over 100,000 complex sites. Now those sites, I think in Kaipara is just over 100. And the scale of that, regionally at present in a normal given year, we tend to do 12 to 14 complex repairs. So we are looking at alternate methods for engagement of geotech, using a geotech panel across the region to actually do the assessments, understand whether they are complex or they can be just put out in bulk tenders, and a panel type model in terms of how we bulk the types of geotech slip repairs, geographic location. So that would be if you have 10 JBM walls, we package them up as a single package to a contractor that specialises in those things and put it out to market. So the idea is how we can best accelerate the program to deliver more than we normally would, and make sure that we get that stuff out to market as quickly as possible so we don't lose resources to Hawke's Bay and the likes are also competing for the same resources.
Councillor May, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Yeah. Just a quick one. So you have all this money, you have 100%, you have a target date in terms of emergency works, right?
So just to clarify, we have the 100% funding confirmed for the under 100,000 phase 2.
That's what I'm trying to.
Sorry, the more complex sites.
So I'm not talking about slips. I'm not talking about 100 millions and all. I'm just focusing on culverts, which is a nightmare. And have you done something about post flood? Because nothing has been done so far, as I know, on Awakino Point. Because this is culvert of KDC, this is culvert of, and being an NTA, I think it's your responsibility to get the whole thing sorted together, regardless of whether it's Waka Kotahi or is it KDC.
So through the chair.
Especially on Awakino.
So not sure about Awakino, but through the chair, what we get funded for emergency works is direct repair of direct damage as a result of the storm. So where we have been able to extend that is vegetation clearance out of water tables, where we can prove that the culverts have been blocked through the washout and the likes. Those packages are included within the funding. What it doesn't cover is going around and doing a full network clearance of culverts or water tables. So we are trying to extend where it is definitely linked to storm damage.
All I'm trying to say, there is evidence, 100% evidence. Mayor has visited, whole bus has visited. That's the place which was flooded. The Prime Minister came in there, but you're still sticking on those points, what can be done and what cannot be done. You better return the money if you can't do it. In terms of if the whole money is coming for, all this clearance so that it doesn't happen again. You're saying you'll clear the vegetation, you will not clear.
Through the chair, the money is not preventative. The money is reactive to.
It is reactive. It didn't work, so you have to fix it.
Sorry.
Through the chair.
there are very strict guidelines within the Whakatāhi funding about what you can and can't use the money for. You cannot use the money for improvements or betterment. The money can be used only to build back what was there or clear damage.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, where those have been identified, they are in the program to get fixed.
I
But
would like a report on that from you, on our Kino, please.
so with Awakino, we will need to see specifically if it is a damage related or historic. And there's actually a paper within the RTC papers that came out yesterday on the wider drainage deficits, which we'll talk about it
Okay,
this meeting in terms of the gap at the moment between the funding available across the region for drainage response and the actual drainage defects, which is growing exponentially by 50% a year. So those where we're looking at the other funding sources, drainage is one of the key ones we're investigating.
Councillor Lambert.
Yeah, through the mayor, thank you very much. Getting endless complaints from different residents around the district saying they're not fixed it since Gabriel has hit. Couple of things I want to ask you is, who did the identification on all these points? Have you had a comprehensive tour across the district and identified all these areas? And the second thing, I've been explaining to them, well, that's probably a lesser value work and they're prioritising which are the bigger jobs first. Am I correct in carrying down this line?
Yes and no. Yeah. So the way the response works is what they call phase one, which is the immediate restoration of services. So that's basically to get roads back to one lane as a minimum. The second part of it is phase two. And under phase two, Whakatāhi fund us for all identified what they call simple repair defects, which are under 100,000. And at the same time, provide us funding to do the geotech investigation for the more complex sites. So at the moment we are working on the higher priority phase two sites and moving to the rest of the phase two sites. The volume of those is substantial. I think we have regionally over 325 phase sites over 40,000, and about a third of those sit within Kaipara. So those are the ones that we're now working on in terms of building them back. In each of the Ventia monthly reports that are included in our report, you'll see some pictures of some of the work that is going on. In terms of your question about how we identify the defects, yes, there is a full post-storm audit done effectively. So the first part of that is obviously going back to the sites where we had to respond to during the storm. The second part is doing a full sweep of the network to identify things like where we've cut a tree down, all these debris in the water tables and those sorts of things. And then our team validates that information from the contractor. We then have to submit that to Whakatāhi. Each individual dispatch is then approved, and that's approved for funding on through.
Supplementary to that? Yep. Are you going to get there? And are you importing people in to help? Or do you want to answer that later on?
So in terms of phase two, which is, we are confident we will get there in the next 2 to 3 months. In terms of the largest slips, what we are confident of, which possibly hasn't happened in the past, is that we have identified everything out there to be funded. Because one of our issues with the historic slip backlog is a minor slip may not an emergency works request, which means it sat there over time, got worse, and then it's become council's normal roading program to fix. We've highlighted everything. We've gone out there and said, but when I go back to our normal 12 to 14 per year versus the volume that we've got at the moment, this is not a single or 2 year program to rectify. It's a multi-year program. I'll 2 seconds. In terms of how to get the resources in, our normal maintenance, we're doing phase two through the maintenance contracts. Those will be a local contractor component. For this phase two, we've lifted that requirement to 50%. So we're using a lot more local contractors to actually get through and get this work done.
Councillor Kariori.
Just to that point on identifying all the issues, how are you finding excuse me, anecdotally with the Antenna app and the lodging of the our ratepayers coming in and lodging those? Are you finding that that's helpful?
What did I say about customer requests?
Yeah, so through the mayor, generally immediately following or during the event, it's a fantastic tool. It provides us a lot of useful information in prioritising and giving direction to our contractors.
Saving time having to identify as well.
A little bit of saving time needing to identify, but what we do find is often from a member of public's point of view, things do get exaggerated. So we can be at times chasing relatively small that comes through, streaming of something urgent and high priority. So it can detract us a little bit from where the focus needs to be. But during the event and immediately following the event, fantastic. It's usually when we get to about 3-4 weeks on post-event, it just starts to become a lot of noise in responding to what we have already identified. It does slow the process down a little bit.
So just on that note, one of the things we're trying to work with the respective council IS teams at the moment is we now have a really good handle on the sites and what the plan is for particularly those over $40,000 sites. And we're looking at how we can present that information as a GIS layer on the individual council websites. We're very much like the capital program. You can click on it, you can see the status. You know that council are aware of it for a start. We'll have the latest photo of it. So if you think something has changed from the photo, you can say, actually, traffic management needs attention or something like that and allow the job. The idea of that is to also set that expectation of timeframes, because some of them will be 2 years plus, but also set the expectation of the understanding of scale with a lot of measle dots around the network. When you have that map, people will realise that it's not just my slip down my road. There are a lot of other ones that council is still dealing with, because the biggest comment we're getting at the moment through customer requests is, it's been 3 months, why haven't you fixed my slip? So it's that time has passed and they're quite rightly going, what's happening here? So yeah, so it's about how that comms piece is. Also working with a regional update at the moment to provide the public with this information and expectation setting of these timeframes, that these big slips are going to take some time to repair. But I think one of the biggest things with CRMs, the volume. At the moment, we've got across the region 2,200 CRMs open. Our normal base is between 800 and 1,000. And what happens when you have that exacerbated volume is our response times slow down, which means the escalations increase, which means we then start having to spend more time responding to complaints about complaints than we are responding to the work itself. So that's where we've invested quite a bit of extra resource through KDC's call centre helping us, Whangarei's call centre and Far North, actually get those numbers down and get customers responded to.
Thank you, Calvin. A further question behind you from Mr. Vincent, Councillor Vincent.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm just reflecting on the nature of what's being presented, and essentially, I'd just like Calvin to confirm this is really of capital works in nature rather than operational, because I think that we have to, there's a separate conversation to be had about the operational regime in terms of keeping culverts cleared. I think you could correct me, but that's a separate story for us to be dealing with, correct?
Through the mayor, yeah, the initial response phase is primarily operational. The phase we're in at the moment of phase 2 is transitioning from operational to capital, depending on the scale. And then phase 3, which is those large retaining walls, building new assets, that is when you move into that capital space. Which, as you say, is different from standard culvert clearance through the operational maintenance space.
Yeah, because I do think we have a problem there, but that's for another day. Thank you for that. Cheers.
So that was the update on storms. We did receive a few questions through the report. So I'll take the report as read initially, cover off the questions we've got, if that suits you, Your Worship. So there was a question about the GIS map only showing current projects. The GIS map shows projects for the current LTP term. So it doesn't extend beyond that because those are not funded or approved. So we don't show potential projects within that. The only projects in there are the ones that are funding approved by both council and Waka Kotahi. The monthly average question about is that divided by 48, the previous work done in the last 48 months divided by 48? Yes, it is. We are looking at improvements to the table on that maintenance achievement data to make it more seasonally reflective, because if you see a table in February in the height of summer saying we had no grading, and it starts asking questions that actually aren't necessarily needing to be asked. Whereas in autumn, you'd expect the grading volumes to be increasing significantly. So we're looking at how we can better compare like for like seasonally. Top of page 7, it is kilometres was the road length. So that's where we're talking about the 470 kilometres of sealed network and 1,110 kilometres of unsealed network. And Bernard had a question about culverts.
Yes, so through you, Mayor. We had a question on just how many culverts we actually have on our network. And the answer to that, we've got 12,658 culverts. 7,100 of those are road crossings, so we take the water from one side of the road to the other. And the balance, 5,544 of those are generally vehicle crossings with side culverts. So these are culverts that sit within the water table system itself.
Sorry, through Chair, how many culverts are along the state highways, which are part?
I haven't got that number separated out. We do have included within that 12,600.
That should be the 30. That might be 20 or 40 or something like that.
I don't have that number at hand, but I can provide that. It is included in that total count of 12,658, where we do have responsibility to maintain within those urban catchments. Outside of that, we don't have that asset information.
If you can do that, that will be awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We had another question. Let's see, Greg is on the call. Another question just regarding the projects covered within the red and orange delivery. Greg, are you there?
Yes, yeah, I am. So I'm just going to pull up the email I sent through. Yeah, so the risk rating obviously is broken down into our red and our orange, and obviously there's a number of projects within that orange that are part delivery. So while it is showing a substantial sort of number at risk, a large portion of that still will be delivered. So I suppose it's important when we're looking at our forecasting, it's looking at the overall numbers really. So of a $21 million program, we will deliver about $15 million this year. So we will have about a $6 million carryover. And predominantly, I suppose, then that is picked up a lot in the red risk that you will see.
Just building on that through the Mayor, when in 2021, when the funding announcements were delayed, we brought a paper to council about phasing this program over a 3-year period. And the idea of that was we effectively lost the first half of the first year's construction season. The funding was confirmed in November, meaning we couldn't get tenders out in time to actually do the works in that first season. This was then exacerbated by the fact that we had a 5-week construction season with no rain over the last season. So while we say it's red and orange, that is for this year, and they are still projected to be carried forward and be delivered within the 3-year program. Just to give an idea of the types of work that we're talking about, there's 4 rehabilitation sites on the sealed network. There's about 8 structure component replacements on bridges, 4 structure and bridge renewal projects, and 3 what we call low cost, low risk investment projects. So those are what make up the red risk. As Greg mentioned, the orange risk are mostly delivered, but there will be some, they're more like in progress jobs. So of that, I think we're projecting about 300,000 of carry forward of the total orange amount. So we're not talking about 5.7 partial delivery, we're talking about a small portion of that in individual projects.
On the matter of bridges, can I ask a question about the Devitt Road Bridge? Is that part of that 100% funding or?
So Devitt Road Bridge is one of the phase 3 because it's over 100,000. We're presently getting a second opinion on the bridge design because there are some complexities in that going back to the design itself. So I'm not sure if we've got that second one.
Not yet.
Yeah. So the issue with Devitt Road Bridge is the repair design process at the moment and getting peer review on that, but it is one of the over 100,000 sites.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Just in regards to those red projects, are there any that concern you that they haven't been completed, or you're comfortable that they're getting completed?
They're all concerning in terms of we would like to get them done early. We would like to get them done in the program. I guess there's concerns for different reasons. So the rehabilitation sites, they are a concern because by not being completed last season through the wet weather, we now have to hold those sites and maintain them while they continue to degrade over the winter period. So that is an additional effort and also doesn't look good. The road continues to fall apart. The bridge structure and bridge renewals are a concern from the fact that we only do an average of 2 to 3 a year, or have funding to do an average of 2 to 3 a year. An average bridge life ranges between 80 to 100 years. Our current replacement cycle equates to about once every 300 years. So we don't want to get behind on the program.
Supplementary to that.
Yeah.
Do those red projects then get priority in the next year, or do they just?
They almost get priority by default because the majority of those red projects have had some form of work done on them.
Right.
So they're already up to market. In a lot of cases, they were already tendered, awarded and approved. They just didn't have the weather window opportunity to do it. So, in that case, they're generally the ones that Greg's team are working on already while they wait for the annual plan programs and everything to be.
So the risk of those same projects still not being completed in another year
is pretty slim.
Right.
Councillor Rachel Williams.
Thank you through the chair. Would we be able to have a list of those?
Yep, I can got that list, but I can provide it. At the moment, they probably wouldn't mean anything to you, so I'd need to get a little bit more because they're just names of roads.
Yeah,
yeah. A little bit more detail on that one.
That'd be great. Thank you.
I'll check if there are any more questions through Worship. Through the mayor, there was a question about the TTM Traffic Management Review Panel and outcomes and impact on health and safety. So the review panel's a new initiative that we've implemented regionally following feedback from multiple traffic management audits. It's really designed to ensure Kaipara are fulfilling their obligations as a road controlling authority to regulate compliant and safe GTM setups. We regularly review our own site audits. So we have a regional compliance assessor who goes around and does site audits, as well as our corridor access team. The idea of those audits isn't to find non-compliance or shut down a site. It's about working with the traffic management companies to find practical solutions and safer options. And often the focus of those audits is more about pedestrian and mobility safety as opposed to traffic safety, because those are the little bits that get forgotten in those sites. A continuation of poor performance can lead to a non-conformance being issued, but effectively the review can lead to either just a follow-up meeting with the contractors to talk about what we found. We often go to their toolbox sessions. No further action if we're happy with everything that's been done. Just a notice of improvement advisory note or a formal non-conformance. And the way Compton works at present is if you have 3 formal non-conformances within a certain period of time, then effectively your authorisation to work on the network is removed.
Okay.
And finally, the last question was about customer requests, and if we get multiple callers, where we identify that they relate to the same issue, we attempt to note it as a note under the initial request, or when we're going through later and identify that there's one's linked, we try and link them together. But obviously in the times of storms, that's almost a housekeeping exercise that works afterwards. So I think the numbers are somewhere between an issue per road and an issue per person. So, yeah. Councillor Lambert?
Yes, through the Mayor. I was at a public event with the Mayor and we had a member of the public come up and ask us, and you've mentioned it about the grading of roads. And I'll word it exactly as he said. He said, whenever we can ring up and complain about the roads not getting greater attention, they say because it's too dry. But that hasn't applied this year. And he said, 20 years ago, there were 6 graders with 8 drivers on rotation. Now there's only 2. And he just asked, how come those grader drivers are that much more cleverer now than what they were 20 years ago? And yet the roads, the gravel roads, are just continually getting complaints about and problems there. I know it's a big question and it's a real hairy one to come through.
Through the Mayor, I'll let Bernard talk about the technicalities, but a couple of things. There's currently 4 graders on the Cochrane network. So that's one thing that's out there. And I think historically, we often get the feedback, you used to grade my road whether it needed it or not. And part of this maintenance contract, and at the moment, there is such a thing as a road being too wet to grade as well, unfortunately, which we're dealing with at present. But part of this contract is intended to grade when the road needs it. Historically, we used to chase complaints. And what happened was the roads that complained a lot were pristine, and we would turn up to a road having not visited it for 12 months to discover it needed a full rebuild because the people didn't bother complaining about it. But in terms of the technical side of grading, you might want to answer the wet, dry, and the work we're doing on alignment sessions.
Yep. Well, through the Mayor, you pretty well answered that spot on there, Calvin, so that's good. My job's not looking so comfortable. Kelvin is right. I mean, historically, we used to grade for the sake of grading. We almost graded on a cyclic approach. And what we used to see was we had a lot of material loss over time. The road pavements would be depleted a lot quicker because every time you're grading, you're churning up the compacted pavement, and that in turn led to a lot of corrugation issues, roughing issues, and aggregate loss to water tables, farm paddocks, and the likes. So these days we try to grade when conditions are most favourable. And what that means is we're actually looking for optimum pavement moisture. so moisture in the pavement. Drying and sort of grading and dry conditions, those are the big risk areas, I suppose, where we do get the corrugations and wheel track rutting and material loss. But equally grading during periods of two-mat pavement saturation doesn't work in our favour either. It ends up with cases where we get roads pumping moisture through. They're the sort of roads that become slippery and you see clay punching up through, not necessarily because of a lack of pavement, but because they've been turned over with too much moisture in the pavement. So, yeah, there's effectively two grading seasons we tend to target, and that's during your spring and autumn months when we tend to get that optimum pavement moisture. However, we do look at the weather on the day and work with our contractors to make sure we're pulling the triggers at the right times. We have also been, as part of our rollout of our Unsealed Road Centre of Excellence that was developed off the back of the Kaipara District Council $8 million Unsealed Road package, we have been working with our contractors on grader alignment sessions, and we're due to undertake another grader alignment session with Ventia Kaipara in the coming month. Those sessions where we actually go out to a road site with their operators. We provide a little bit of training and advice. We get them going through the motions of grading the road, recovering aggregates, and we talk about those conditions and the appropriate approach of grading depending on those weather conditions as well, because that can vary.
Just a second.
Yeah.
I know the network of unsealed roads is horrendous as far as kilometre distance goes, and I'm fully aware that the WRC rally and the professional drivers say these are some of the best roads in the world to drive on. But I'm just wondering whether, to stop that rumour mill happening, I'm just wondering whether some sort of newsletter can be put out to stop all these complaints coming in on that grading, because it just seems to be endless. And there's a lot of pub talk or farmers advisory group talk and along that line, which is really, but what's a kilometre of mileage or?
What's that? The
mileage of unsealed roads? And
the network in Kaipara is around 1,100.
1,100 kilometres. Through the mayor, sorry. I think that's a really good idea. Kaipara was one of the first, or was the first district here in Northland anyway, that went away from dry summer grading. And at the time, we worked very hard on getting the right comms out. We had a dedicated page on Kaipara District Council's website. We had newspaper comms. And it's interesting, what we saw was that first summer period, we had an increase in customer requests for grading because suddenly they're not seeing grader on their road. But over the preceding 2 or 3 years, we actually saw a significant reduction in grading requests during the summer period, almost directly attributed to the amount of comms we're putting out, those conversations we're having with the community. So, yeah, I think that's a fantastic idea. We probably haven't celebrated the success of our Unsealed Centre of Excellence enough. And now's the time to, particularly at the moment with our networks in the conditions they are in off the back of these storm events, now's a good time to back out there.
So just through you, Mr. Mayor, before we crack on, I know we've got a bit of a tight time frame today. What I want to signal is we had a bit of a meeting this morning with Calvin, and we're going to spend a considerable amount of time in the next briefing, or schedule a separate briefing depending on what we can fit in, to really talk about the road maintenance issue. It's a big thing for our ratepayers. Obviously, you all get a lot of feedback, we get a lot of feedback, Calvin and the team get a lot of feedback, and there's obviously reasons around all of that, but we just need to work through that maintenance contract and what we can do in this space. So Signalling that's likely to be the briefing in the next month's briefing. We're probably going to try and do about 3 hours specifically on this topic. So just signalling that now so you know that's coming up, rather than having to try and get all your questions answered with these gents right now. That's all.
Councillor Russell.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I've already mentioned it, but just in the general conversation in the room, I personally am reluctant for us to go out and use the term Centre for Excellence to the public in relation to the condition of our roads at present. I think we would understandably be shot down. Let's fix them and then maybe start using it a bit later.
Good thinking, councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, just a question. You mentioned 4 graders there. How many drainage engineers you have?
Sorry, how many?
Drainage engineers?
Drainage engineers.
Do you have in the council or just 4 graders?
Oh, we don't, there's.
Well, in terms of doing all those work, someone is monitoring it, I guess. So how many people, because that's the question people ask me all the time. You metal the road and re-metal the road and over-metal the road and all ends up in culverts and they block. So drainage engineer, do we have those people who actually clear those drainage or monitor it?
So drainage crews.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Engineers.
There's.
The monitor, who knows what's being going on.
So, through the mayor, we have within the Kaipara district, we a network supervisor being Daniel, who looks after the contract management and a lot of the auditing. And underneath with Daniel, there are 2 area supervisors who are out on the network 100% of the time, monitoring Ventia's work, doing audits, auditing both their inspections and work. And then Tim, who's over the top as the maintenance team lead. So they're the direct resources who are out and about.
They are engineers or they are just supervisors? Do they know their job? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, they know their job. They have the appropriate qualifications for the role that they are engaged to do.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Russell.
Oh, sorry, Your Worship. Yeah, I think that Councillor Nair is raising a relevant point, and I think that's something that we can perhaps clear up in a documented fashion through these upcoming briefings. I also don't understand how the system is working in terms of who's doing the inspections, who's implementing it, and how do we make sure it's happening, or, you know, how can we make it happen if it's not happening, because it's all a bit fuzzy, shrouded in mystery for me as well, despite the fact I've been here for a little while. So I think it's a valid point. And if we could actually understand how many people are out there doing it, who they are, what their job is, what their expertise is, and how often they actually travel along each road, so we know, are they only going along some of the roads every 6 months, and is that why they're not picking up on the problems and all that sort of stuff? That would really help us in one of those briefings, I think, when we've got time, because we've got only a couple of minutes left in this item. Thank you very much.
Through the mayor, one of the things I've talked about in preparation for the Whangarei District Council briefing, which is going to be a very similar format, is taking the opportunity to bring up some of the data that we have within the RAM system, and some of that geographic based data of how often roads are surveyed and so to give elected members a picture of coverage and expectations and those sorts of things. So I think that's definitely part of what we'll cover.
Just on that point where you said that there's 2 supervisors that are continuously on the roads, is that dedicated specifically to Kaipara?
Yes.
And so there's 2 for Kaipara and then so many for.
Yep, so the way the NTA is structured in terms of asset management, safety, and capital works are generally regional. So we share the resources regionally. Bernard's role is regional over the top of maintenance and operation, but each. So your 2 people are Rob Dupree and Sam. So they're your 2 area supervisors. You then have Daniel Davenport, who is the network supervisor.
So their GPS on their vehicle should show them
Oh,
around Kaipara.
They do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they swap sides of west and north and everything else. So in the maintenance space, at present, the area supervisors, network supervisors are dedicated to one of the three specific councils, and their resource based on their size. One thing we would like to see moving forward is, particularly at that area supervisor level, is a bit of swapping, to ensure that they're seeing other parts of the region and how things are being done there and align those expectations. But also in some cases to make sure we don't get, fresh eyes into the network and not too much familiarity with where you're driving and everything else. So changing that up.
Thank you. Councillor Menison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'd just like to query a couple of things. As I understand it, the road is constructed on top of clay. So it's essentially about the bearing strength of the road. The strength of that road is very dependent upon the moisture content of the clay, and the clay moves when it's wet. So is there sufficient attention actually being paid to the water tables?
I think through the chair, the drainage paper that we're presenting to RTC next week that came out on the agenda highlights the issues we have with water tables at present. And I think anecdotally, based on the number on the available budget and the length of defects, our water table heavy clearance around the rural networks at present is a 42-year cycle based on current budgets. So in a short answer, no. And how that's one of the conversation we're looking at in terms of the current maintenance contract, how we can reprioritise, I guess, in the short term, budget to be focused on drainage and potentially hold back on some other activities that aren't as critical within Waka Kotahi's funding rules. One of the issues with Waka Kotahi is you can't, well, that's not an issue. One of the constraints of the funding is the funding you are allocated can only be spent in that category. So we need to be able to do it within those categories. But we're looking at options of looking back at history. Have we got a number of roads that whenever we go there, we never find a defect? If we can pull back and inspect that 2 monthly rather than monthly, does that saving allow us to invest more in drainage and things like that? So, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Sorry, Calvin, you want to continue? Okay. Just about the end of time, that's all.
Oh, sorry, we've got to the end.
Good thing is thank you for your briefing. The good thing is we know we've got a concentrated on this further briefing next month because it's becoming quite an important issue for our district and our members and our ratepayers. So thank you very much. We'll have a 10-minute break. Open up to you. Back to the council briefing, Wednesday the 7th of June. We've had our break and now we've got our next item, number 4, which is the Kaipara District Council Cyclone Recovery Action Plan. And I welcome Dennis McCarthy here who will present this.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I just thought I would talk you through the Cyclone Recovery Plan for Northland. This is a collaborative effort between NRC, KDC, WDC and Far North District Council. This was attached to the briefing in an electronic version, and I just thought you might want to see it as a hard copy. So that's why I've given it to you in both formats. I thought I would just start off and just talk about really what is the notion of recovery and why recovery is such an important component post something like a cyclone and the weather events that we had here in Mangawhai. Certainly Cyclone Gabriel is the largest event Northland has seen in a generation. And coupled with the event in Mangawhai, certainly it had an enormous impact, as we all know, from both sides of the, from the east through to the west. Cyclone Gabriel is the costliest non-earthquake natural disaster that New Zealand has experienced to date. And it's estimated that there would be in the vicinity for Northland for about $70 million in terms of a damage bill. The response to Cyclone Gabriel and the subsequent weather event in Mangawhai happened predominantly during the declared state of emergency. Northland transitioned to recovery on the 24th of March, and a national transition period has applied for Northland from the 3rd of March to the 1st of June, under which time the Group Recovery Manager had special powers if he needed to act on those. So we've now moved out of that time. So recovery itself is, as you can see there, it's a coordinated process that supports disaster-affected communities and the construction of the physical infrastructure, the restoration of emotional, social, economic and physical well-being of its members. So for us in terms of recovery, obviously, there's been a lot of work that's been taking place. And as you've heard from other members within the council, NTA, from the infrastructure teams, a lot of work has been undertaken. And we have an overarching recovery action plan that takes us from our time as we moved out of response through to the short term, the medium term, and into the longer term. And it's very much based on this, really looking forward to the future and making sure that we've got some resilience so that we can manage and in terms of future events. There are 4 components to recovery. There's obviously the starting the recovery phase, which really happens during the response. Often there is a recovery manager as part of that response team that's really looking to make sure that the actions that we do in the response phase are very much considering the longer term impact. And then we start to move into response, into recovery. And then we've got the core recovery activities that take place. And then finally, we have that exit from recovery. And recovery really is about working in quite a coordinated way with lots of different stakeholders. There's certainly a very strong component, which is around the council-led recovery efforts. But there's also community-led recovery efforts, our engagements with utility groups, support from the rural sector, and also support around economic development in the Northland area. And just on that, Northland Inc. have distributed approximately 1.775 million to Northland businesses of grants that ranged anywhere from $1,000 through to $40,000, and of which that 968,000 were distributed to Kaipara businesses. MPI have also given out a lot of grants to farmers and growers, ranging in the vicinity of between $10,000 and $40,000. So there's a number of tasks that take place within that recovery phase. First, it's assessing the resilience of our critical infrastructure. And again, our infrastructure team has spoken to this and NTA have spoken to this. It's about setting up and managing the Mayoral Relief Fund, and I'll come back and talk a little bit more about that in a few moments. It's about attending a number of community response debriefings, really to understand the sentiment, to understand what worked well, what didn't work as well, and then in terms of what do people in the Kaipara district want in terms of recovery. It's certainly assisting in the short and medium term recovery and being a conduit. So this role, certainly as the local recovery manager role, has very much been as a conduit from external stakeholders through to internal stakeholders within the council, and trying to provide information and ensure information flows very freely between the two. It's about having an understanding of the economic impact on tourism and small business, on agriculture, horticulture and primary producers. Certainly within this role, I spent a fair amount of time at Coomera Farmer dinners and opportunities to talk with primary industry stakeholders and attend a number of different forums that look at how support is being provided for our primary sector. And it's to support community recovery opportunities and initiatives that look towards resilience for the future. With regards to the Mayoral Relief Fund, I've just put on the slide here just a few comments from people who have received assistance from the Mayoral Relief Fund. Our Mayoral Relief Fund closed on the 3rd of April. We received, in terms of donations, $516,000. We had applicants seeking assistance in the vicinity of $2.4 million. And we had 144, we split one into two, so 145 applicants for assistance. We provided a fairly rigorous process to vet those applicants. We made sure when the information came in that as much as possible people could provide photos of the damage that they were or assistance that they were asking for. We ensured that they were ratepayers here in the Kaipara area. We asked them to provide quotes, and for the larger amounts that people asked for, we made sure that they were validated by our response welfare team, who continued on through that period post-response into recovery. But also we did a number of site visits, again, to check that what people were asking for, we could see evidence of. We also spoke to probably, I would say, about 80% of the applicants on the phone, just to talk through their situation. So we tried to do a fair amount of vetting to make sure that people were legitimate in terms of what they were asking for. And then we paid out the money in a number of waves. Initially, we looked at those that were under 500, and then we looked at claims that ranged between 2,500 and 10,000. Then we did a third round and a fourth and final round. So to date, we've now finalised all of the applicants that came in before the 3rd of April, at 5 p.m. We've just recently, just in this last week, also received a little bit more money. So there's a little bit more money floating around at the moment, taking us up to $15,000 that's to be distributed. And I'll meet with the panel on Thursday to discuss how we best see doing that. Do we give a top up to those people that were particularly needy and perhaps could have done with more, or we look to open up the Mayoral Relief Fund again? And given that we've got a smaller amount of money, that's something that we'll need to discuss with that panel. Once the panel makes a decision, it actually goes to our executive team and they make the final sign off before that money is distributed. The document that I sent you and the document that you have in front of you is the Northlands Recovery Action Plan. And as I said, it's a combination of work done by Mark Tridinger, who was the Group Recovery Manager and is the person who penned this report, and then contributions from each of the councils in terms of their own recovery action plans. One of the things that you'll see in the Recovery Action Plan is it doesn't have figures associated with them. And that's been a comment that I've had certainly from many different people who have read this document as to why there weren't financials associated with it. And the reason for that is that a lot of the outlay will require different funding sources. And so at the time that this was penned, obviously that was part of an unknown. And so it was decided not to put the financials into this report. And obviously you will see those through other committees that you participate in.
Yes.
Just a quick question.
Yes.
So Northland Council recovery actions. I was talking, there are some drainage committees as well. I think I have a question. Were they given some money to clear the rivers for example, there's one in Graham Lawrence, if someone is looking at it. He has a drainage committee in our Kino area and all. And I don't know whether they contacted you, but are you also looking at giving that NRC 500,000 or whatever it was, part of it to the farmers or the committees, so they can actually do something on their own?
If I can, I might answer that in a part.
Yeah.
So I'm very familiar with the Northern Regional Council's funding for Tree Down program. So I know that they've been doing work in our Kino River. I know that they've been doing work in Kaihu Valley and Paparoa, and they're now moving through the Mangawhai area, looking at some of the streams and creeks here. I'm more familiar with that than I am about the drainage scheme that you've just. And I suspect the drainage scheme, that would be a conversation to be had either with our infrastructure team or even with NTA. But with regards to, for instance, with regards to the NRC Tree Down program, one of the things that I've been responsible for doing as much as possible, certainly for those people who have put claims through into the Marrow Relief Fund where they've had trees down, or where I have met people incidentally. So it might be through a Coomera farmer's dinner, or it might be through attending some of the things like the Northern Adverse Events group. Certainly when I've been identified that we've had people where they've had trees down or where there's been some blockages, I've tried to ensure that that information gets to where it needs to. So certainly for NRC, I've been providing them with quite a decent sized list of individuals where they have trees down, particularly here in Mangawhai, but also across the Kaipara region.
Okay. I would have pleased to hear Dargaville as well. You mentioned, thank you for that, Glenys. This was something.
So this particular recovery plan includes KDC's recovery action plans, and what you'll see in the information there, what were the actions that we had when we came out of our response phase, which have largely now been completed. Those things that we were identified were to short-term remediation, and that's really goes through to the end of June this year, and then medium term, which will go through from June of this year through to June of next year, and then those long-term aspirational ideas around resilience go from June 24 to June 25. And certainly the role that I'm in currently, where I straddle between my business as usual role, which is normally health and safety, and the recovery, the local recovery role, is really trying to make sure that as we move forward, that the streams of work that sit under those recovery action plan get implemented, and then that they are reported to and monitored, and that we ensure that we are doing them. I just put a slide up here in terms of, I tried to précis our recovery action plan, which is quite challenging because it does straddle several pages, and I didn't really think you would want me to go through it line by line. So I've just tried to kind of give you a little bit of a flavour of our recovery action plan in terms of the sorts of things that we're looking at. So it's very much focused on our critical infrastructure, making sure that our infrastructure is restored. And then it also we're looking at improvements in terms of resilience. More than that, we're also looking to make sure that individuals and communities and the economy can also go from being, can be restored and move into essentially into resilience. So there's a number of items within our recovery action plan that really try to straddle across between people, communities, the environment, the economy, but as well as our infrastructure. The next phase on from this is now we're starting to move into the monitoring and evaluation of our recovery action plans. And so the next part of this role will be really very much around providing updates to NEMA on how KDC is going in terms of what we've identified as things that need to be remediated, restored, and then in terms of resilience. And so that will really take place now between now and I suppose until we move into business as usual. So very much behind the scenes, a lot of this work is being incorporated into our annual plan and then in the longer term into our long-term plan. And the final thing that will happen in terms of recovery that's mentioned in this report is really about exit. So one of the things that we will look to do is exit from a recovery phase, really when it's been identified that the actions have moved into business as usual. And the activities in there will include, archiving all of the artifacts from the recovery phase, trying to capture what we learned. So what worked well for us, what didn't work well for us, providing some structures for future events. And, really just making sure that in terms of that business as usual, that information has been clearly passed over into that realm. So that's all I wanted to present on this. I thought this might be an opportunity just to answer some questions if you have. I know that Mr. Nair has already asked a question that I've been sent, but also I did get asked a question from you, Erin, and that was regards to coverage. Oh no, actually it was to do with the copper lines. Yes. That has raised a really interesting proposition, I think, for NEMA, and certainly NEMA and the government are having a lot of conversations at the moment with the telecommunications company. Obviously, a lot of people were really adversely affected by lack of communication tools. They found, when they sort of went back and had a look at it, they found that 80% of cell phone outages were caused by power loss. And probably only 20% of it was caused by what's called backhaul connectivity, which is the infrastructure that you have that runs often alongside roads and your power lines that were affected by flooding and certainly were affected by floods. But the majority of outage was caused by lack of power. And one of the things that was identified is that a lot of the telecommunications companies only had battery power backup for about 4 hours, which isn't ideal. So at the moment, there's quite a bit of conversation that's taking place between NEMA and the government and those telecommunications companies. And it's very early days, so I don't have an enormous amount to report other than to say that it is something that is being looked at the moment.
Thank you. I appreciate you hadn't answered at all. I thought it was quite a difficult question. I knew it was much more high level than.
Yes, and a local.
Your pay grade, but
absolutely.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, and again, I think one of the parts of this role is to try and provide, to be a conduit, to try and get that information as much as I can possibly get and pass it over to the stakeholders.
Right.
Did you get any indication of, well, in your opinion, who are going to be the more long-term affected, particularly financially? We're talking maybe timber groves. And what, there's one aspect there that in the regional recovery plan talks about mental health. Do you still identify a lot of stress out there related to this?
Yeah, look, absolutely. I mean, certainly in my exposure, so I'll answer in two parts if I can. There is a relevant section that MPI put in there about the number of Kuma growers who have been impacted. I think that they mentioned off the top of my head about 65% of Kuma growers in the Kaipara sector have been impacted. And they say 7 out of 45 farmers lost 100%. Now, I personally have spoken to at least 2 of those through the Marrow Relief Fund. But anecdotally going to, events, certainly the impact for Kuma growers has been enormous. So one of the things that MPI and through Rural Support Trust, that's something that they are very much focused on. They've had one outreach program already, and that was really well attended around people's mental well-being. But in terms of other people who've been stickered, again, through the Marrow Relief Fund, I've had exposure. And again, people are feeling very stressed. Their homes have been destroyed, partially or fully destroyed. So yes, there's definitely a lot of information, or a lot of comments from people about elevated stress levels.
Councillor Manderson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, can I ask, is there any evidence at all that this climate change is perhaps more frequent?
Now, I'm sorry, I can't give you a definitive on that. What I do know is that the central government are wanting to talk to the district councils in Northland to really look at potentially those areas that might need to have a managed retreat. And so again, my role in this is just to make sure that the right people get to talk to the right people. So I can't answer that question for you, but I do know that it is something that is starting to pit the interest of central government, because that's the type of information that's being relayed to us.
If I just to expand that a little bit, is there any evidence that will bring about a permanent change in outlook from some sectors, like say the Coomera growers or the farmers or some other adversely affected group?
And again, I can only speak anecdotally on this. Certainly the meetings that I've attended, this isn't a hot topic. And so certainly for Coomera growers, again, it's looking and talking about where their farms are. They're talking about the resilience of keeping floodwaters at bay. And so again, a lot of conversations around that infrastructure. But again, I think that from my experience, at least, these are ongoing conversations.
Thank you.
Further questions? Well, thank you very much, Dennis, for that update. Appreciate it.
You're more than welcome.
And appreciate your work out there too. I know you've put a lot of effort into this.
Thank you. It was very much a team effort. We have been really lucky. Our two welfare managers that worked through the response phase have worked tirelessly through this phase as well. So again, particularly when I talk about the Mayoral Relief Fund, you know, they had detailed information about many of the applicants. But we've also had a panel of staff that have come from very different parts of the council, people from our revenue team. We've had somebody from our quality team, somebody from our communication team. So we've been really lucky. We've had really good engagement and buy-in from our own internal people to make sure that that Mayoral Relief Fund particularly went as smoothly as it possibly could. But also that we're really mindful that people were in genuine need that required that assistance. And so as much as possible, we made sure that we did really consistent vetting.
Councillor Manderson.
Yes, through you, thank you. That's a very, very good report. And I believe of that some of the effects of the different positions of the planets and possible climate change could well be being foreseen here. And you've left a record of it that should be very helpful to many groups looking at future planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on. Thanks, Glenn. Okay, next item 5 is the annual plan 223-224 part 1 draft. And to talk to us about that, welcome Tracy Dean and Ruby Mitchell.
So over the last 6 months, you've been working through the work programs, the budgets and the focus for the coming financial year. And so based on that direction and those decisions, we've started preparing the document for the annual plan. The report today is just to share part 1, which is the front section of the annual plan document before it comes back in a full and final laid up designed annual plan document to council for adoption. There are 3 parts to the annual plan. Part 1 is the front section, as I just said. It outlines the key annual plan information, including the changes from the LTP year 3, the main elements of the budget for the year and what the work program is going to be focused on. For context, the other 2 parts are part 2, which contains the annual plan financials in detail. It's a whole lot of financial tables. And part 3 is the financial impact statement, funding impact statement, sorry, and a breakdown of the targeted rates and how they're applied. So what's attached to the report is part 1 in draft Word doc form. And it will be laid up along with part 2 and part 3 when it comes to council for adoption. That's it really. If there's any feedback or suggestions, if you've read through the document, we can take those now.
It might be in, sorry, through the chair, it might be in here and maybe I can't see it. But do we put in similar to the page, I think it's 11, where it talks about where the dollar of rates are spent in the portion. Do we have some sort of similar breakdowns for externally funded projects so that our ratepayers can see that, you know, there's a lot more being spent than just the rates, and that really getting bang for the buck, and the council's also doing other things outside of those rates.
Yeah, so through the chair, do you mean to add that portion into this $100 or to actually detail?
One that has portion of your rates that you spend and then government
Externally funded projects.
But in a similar way, so district flood protection in a similar way.
We don't do that at the moment, but we can definitely.
Just a way to capture that there's value than just rates.
Are you referring to like separating externally funded?
Well, it's not even in there at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, so what we could look at doing is actually putting in a section about externally funded projects, which we have done in the past for some previous annual plans, and detailing how much, like the actual millions of dollars.
But there's a massive spend for Dargle for the shared park, and you know, Mangawhai residents might be like, oh, why is, you know, Dargle similar? Because there's a lot of
And I think that, I actually think that's quite a good question, because I mean, I had someone yesterday saying, oh, what a waste of money for building the shared path along here, you know, blah, 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 all the costs. And I said, well, do you realise it's not paid for by ratepayers, it's externally funded, you know, and they didn't, so.
Yeah, and we do, through the chair, we do go through in some detail in the projects and the through the back,
to get that
like
visual
an infographic or something, yeah.
Okay, cool. Councillor Nair.
Thank you. Just 2 questions. One, obviously, you mentioned that beginning 11.8 million will be needed to do the damage. I guess there's the money coming from, or is it our contribution?
I think it details it, because a big chunk of that is obviously subsidised by Waka Kotahi. In the key financial section, I think in the subsidies and grants received.
Anyway, you can do it later. My second question is the statement of financial performance leaving us with the debt level of 62 million. I guess this is more to do with what we are putting the plan for the wastewater, upgrades and all. And is it just based on the fact that we're relying on Three Waters coming to our rescue that we are taking another 24 million debt?
So you see, $72 million. What was your last sentence,
Sorry?
What was your last sentence?
My sentence was the 24, we have 44 million debt at the moment. We're going 62. So which means we are taking another 18 million of roughly, maybe 60, if it's 64, then 20 million. So is it the whole structure is based on the fact that Three Waters will save us, they will pay for all this debt and the assets? Is it an assumption?
Well, it's assumption for the 44 million because that's what the art committee has been working on, that when we looked at renewal of debt, we'll get clarification of that, of what's happening with Three Waters or affordable waters in the next month. Okay, but what we've got there is we've got a project list of 42 million, 23, either 42 or 45 million, something like that, for the 23-24 year. On top of that, we know we're going to have carry forwards. Those will all have debt in them. If we did all those works, I think it adds up to about 72 million. our debt would be 62 million, but we know we've got some money in term deposits, and so we might not even reach the 62 million. I don't think we're right to reach the 62 million because we won't complete.
So this is just a figure on the higher side. We don't know what's going to happen, right? It's just an assumption.
It's the best case.
Assumption, yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to seek some clarity on the stormwater targeted rate for Mangawai. What percentage is this year? And is that these stormwater projects that are listed here, Mangawai, is that what it's going to cover, or is it on a larger scale? And also from last year, having a 22% increase in stormwater, what was that actually used for? The last rate of the year. I just wondered if.
So
more information.
what I don't know exactly the infrastructure that's announcing the operations or capital. What I can explain is that how we rate for stormwater is at the moment, it's unlike leaking and wastewater. Stormwater and drainage is all based on land value. So individual communities pay for their own stormwater, which means Mangawai pays for it, Darwin pays for it. Mangawai has virtually no stormwater. We've relied on swales. We've been built out, lots more concrete going in, we've had lots more issues. Robert Street, Salrock Drive, everywhere, during this last storm. So we're having to put in remediation as well as doing stormwater plans. We have those, making some plans. We haven't had that before either. So that's why Mangawai will have lots, because it's got virtually no stormwater, and it needs it.
So what is what is the targeted rate? Is there a set?
So what I did was at the briefing, and I haven't got it in front of me, I gave you all the rates for, based on the 22 and 24 that would be assessed. In terms of Mangawai, I think it's an extra $100 because of the wastewater, and we do that, everyone pays for the wastewater. So everyone who had wastewater would incur an extra $100, will be incurring an extra $100 on their rates. General rates went up about $50 per property on average. So, and Mangawai at like $50 on stormwater. So you could expect the normal Mangawai would go up about at least $200 to $220 okay, for the year. In Darwin, it might only be 100 for wastewater, 50 for general rates, might be more near 170 for that. But they will be differences because we pay for it differently.
And because of the land value, and yeah, I understand that.
So in terms of what we prepared for the capital project, there also the. Oh, yeah, catch catchment and everything.
Okay. Councillor Paniora, you've got a question?
Yeah, and this is probably a question for you too. So, I know that this is the first draft, but is the financial management section, is that quite similar to what's going to be produced as a final version?
So the financial management system.
Is that fairly complete, as complete it will be for the final version? Because I just have some issues around like a lot of the subjectivity and the wording with, you're saying councils worked hard to ensure that the average rates increase. Can we not just say councils work to ensure average rates increase? We then haven't stated what the average rate are going to go up by, unless that's because we haven't confirmed that officially. It just says that it's did not go above 5.10, so we should be referring to what it has landed at. The statement of financial performance shows that council will end the year with debt levels at 2.1 million. This is higher than the level predicted in the long term plan. Sorry, that's not the point I was making. Bear with me. Sorry, our available cash on hand is forecast to come in at 6.8 million for this year. This is higher than what was forecast in the LTP. due to the number of deferred projects. Well, it's not higher than, because it's only due to deferred projects that will be carried forward to the next year. So just wording like, a subjective wording like that makes it sound like we've somehow done better, but we've actually done more poorly because we've had to defer projects for the financial year. So if we can accurately reflect or not use subjective words that have the impression that we're doing better than we are, it might be helpful.
We can definitely review it.
Thank you.
Councillor Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on the figures, I think there would be some basis of this figure. They are not like guesswork. So the Fagan Place 1.5 million we still have because we talked about it or whatever. The Dargaville, you have 1 million. Is it a figure you can rely on, or you'll come back with a $3 million figure? And same with the Black Swan.
Okay, so Black Swan should be out there, it's in South, sorry, and you that one.
That's the one that housing authority and.
Yes, that's now. But the other one, I don't have information, or I just get given that information by the manager. So the property manager has given me that, that's his estimate. He hasn't got out the quotes, but I'm sure he will soon be doing it.
The infrastructure manager will have any comments, because all I'm saying is the figure in the first draft should be something, there should be some basis. Otherwise, we're wasting time in the second and third. So it'll be a good idea to, they're supported by some analysis. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Aaron Wilson.
I had a question I said earlier and I wasn't sure if it was this or next one.
Hayley, do you want to talk to them or Councillor Wilson?
The timing of the next item in the draft.
So there's
So my question was, is there a time frame on the discussion to make it into this document? Just this document refers to what's already, so the plan, are we running to a time frame so that this?
Yeah, well, it's quite hard for us to do that if we know which project it is. How we word it in that plans.
Through the chair, yes. So what we're going to do is put something in there that basically says we have provided for the libraries, but we, at the time of writing, council is currently reconsidering whether to pursue this or other.
Councillor Manderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask through you, is this annual plan suggesting that we should be increasing our total council debt by around about $20 million or whatever the sum is?
And that's correct, if the projects were finished, but we do believe there'll be at least 10 million to us.
Further to that, can I suggest that this is in a situation in which our major trading partner, China, is probably in collapse at the moment. That's our dairy industry income, our forestry income gone out the door. The world has a remarkable capacity to somebody else step in, but they seldom step in at the same level. So I think there's a very real possibility that we're not going to receive anywhere near the rates income that is projected, and that the world generally is facing austerity. And so I'm not comfortable with us projecting for a deficit. That's going to eventually put an added imposition on the ratepayers, which will put a further imposition on the council. And I think it needs to be avoided at this stage, because I've learned the hard way that nothing's ever so bad that it can't get worse.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I probably need to just take you back to the meetings that we've had previously and the decisions you've made previously. this annual plan, what's in front of you today, reflects the decisions that you've already made. So this has been in front of you, you've given us that direction, you've made your decisions, and we're presenting it back to you so that we can adopt the annual plan by the legislative timeframe at the end of June. Okay, so we have provided all this information to you, you have seen it and you've decided. So that's we're acting on your direction already and your decisions that you've previously made. I just need to point that out.
If I can perhaps speak to that, the situation with China, the possible outbreak of war and other such things might not have been conceived back then. And I think that councillors have a decision to address the situation as it sees now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, feedback?
Oh, sorry, I've got one more.
That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the cycleway also, you have 500,000 and we're getting 8 million to do the cycleway. Presentation done this morning. Why we have another 500,000 for cycleways?
So are you talking about the capital works table?
Well, I'm talking about cycleway 500,000. Dargaville semi-protected cycle lanes. Is it on top of what cycle lane we are getting? I mean, I would really want someone to have a close look at these numbers and come back with the realistic amounts so we can actually decide on it.
Those are externally funded.
Right?
That's externally funded.
This, oh, sorry.
That's the chair.
What we put in the issue one, because what they talked about this morning, those 2 years, they were only putting in the amount of money that's the 23-24 year.
So this
less money than what they were talking about this morning. 8 million or to do this.
So would that be showing here, the 8 million?
No, this is going for 23-24. We're not going to be able to complete it.
But the project is supposed to be finished within a year. That was the presentation today. If I get it right.
Through the chair, I think they begin in around September, which means that if it goes for a year, it would run into the following financial year.
Anyway.
Councillor Aaron Wilson, Colin?
Sorry, they said it was due to be completed June 2024.
Right, okay, well.
So we'll have, through you, Mr. Mayor, we'll have a look at that, just make sure we're all clear. And can I just say, these aren't just guesses, the information that's in here. They're high level summary of the cost, but there is a lot of paperwork behind all that to give you these numbers. So they're not just simply guesses. But we'll have a look at that one specifically.
Yeah, and through the chair, we can, I think based on the feedback from Councillor Paniorda and from everyone else, we can also go in and add in externally funded projects and highlight those ones that was there.
Thank you.
Okay, move on.
Oh, are you finished, Tim? So, Mr. Mayor, just to wrap up, if I could, so what the process is we're bringing you back the annual plan to be adopted at the June council meeting. Statutorily, it's required to be adopted by the end of June. So that will be on the agenda for adoption. And then following that, there is a report on the rates and setting the rate. I used to call it striking rate, setting the rate. So there'll be a separate report following. You adopt the annual plan and then you set the rate immediately afterwards in a separate report. And that will conclude the annual plan decision making for this year.
Thank you. Councillor Larson. Thank you, Your Worship. What date do we expect to see the final draft version of the annual plan?
The week before.
Sorry, say that again, Councillor Larson, I missed it.
What date do we expect to see the final?
So the agenda will go out.
Because obviously the timeframe is quite tight. We've seen a pretty rudimentary version here, but we're going to be signing off on a final document.
Yeah. So that'll be in the final agenda. It'll go out in the normal process.
Okay. What sort of date we're looking for that?
That'll be the Thursday before the council meeting, so the week before. So the 28th will be 21st, 20th, something like that?
28th of June.
Around the 22nd.
21st, 22nd, yeah.
Of June.
Yes.
Okay,
We just followed the normal process that we always follow. Yeah.
any further questions?
And I think sorry, Mr. Mayor, I think the financials were provided to you the last meeting.
Okay, that wraps that up for the time being. Let's stop for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock. Okay. Okay, welcome back. To the last part of our briefing today. So the 7th of June. And we're on to item 6, which is the Better Off package. And Hayley Worthington will present this item in person. Thank you.
I will take the report as read. So what we're here to talk about today is the tranche 1 direction for the Better Off funding package, $4 million. So as per last month's briefing, that funding package had been earmarked to go towards the Mangawhai and Dargaville Community Hub. And at the May briefing, you acknowledged that we should investigate alternative projects, which could be, I guess, delivered quickly and a bit more tangible than having some things. So I sent through a list of projects that the staff have come up with. One thing that you just need to know about the list of projects is that most of them haven't been fully sized or cost estimated and don't have a business case behind them. And I'll just skip past this project list. So what we're now asking from yourselves is which projects you'd like us to further investigate, and to remind you that in order for us to change the scope of the current project, we need to go through a project variation process, which means that depending on the project, we may need to engage with the wider community, but all projects would need to be engaged and agreed upon in principle with our iwi partners. All project funds have to be spent by June 2027. And as of yesterday, the Department of Internal Affairs let us know that any variation needs to be submitted into their system by the 30th of June, which is in about 3 weeks' time. So that's not ideal, but that's where we are now. So.
Yeah, just Mr. Mayor, if I could just start. So obviously we'll need to get direction from you today. And then obviously we'll have to bring it to council for decision making this month as well. So we meet that contract timeframe with DIA. As far as a starting point, I think $4.1 million.
4.2.
4.2. I think maybe a high level principle to start with would be to perhaps just split it in half, east west, 2.1 each type thing, just to sort of set the conversation, and then let's go from there.
Yeah, okay, so we, at that last briefing, we came up with some ideas, didn't we? And
it's been included in the paper.
I think Erin Wilson-Collins had her hand up first. Do you want to talk, Erin?
Thank you. Just my question was, you say most of these projects that are on this list don't have a business case behind them. So which one? So which would be the least effort then?
All of them would be we would have to write on the application for all of them. Yeah, so the libraries are the only ones that we've created business cases for, and that's because we've been through this process already. I think that the Kaihu Valley Stage 2, there's business cases in development for that. There's some detailed options reports for a couple of the projects, such as the Bailey Beach roading. I think the Kaiwaka projects have some business cases behind them, and the Mangawhai Shed Path work.
Jonathan Larson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, thanks for your work on this. I mean, we've been really reasonably open-minded about putting a range of things together, but obviously we've got a really very restrictive time frame. I actually think that for the eastern hub, it might not seem super exciting because we already know about it, but I think it would really be great to get this linkage from Mangawhai Central through to the village finished and just be able to have that safe pedestrian access all the way through. And I think there's enough there to flip on the completion of that bit that we didn't do at Kaiwaka between the two bridges. Oh, that's what I'd like to see over here. And I think we do have a pretty good business case there really, because we've already planned the shared path and detail on the Kaiwaka bit. It's a very, very minor little linkage, so it shouldn't be too hard to put together. As far as Dargaville is concerned, I personally like the idea of having a really good result with the civic centre there. I think we could probably push ourselves beyond what we can afford if we didn't do something too elaborate. But my understanding is that after the demolition, we're going to end up with this effectively uncovered entrance into there. And what I'd like to see is a really nice entrance built there, where we've got proper, you know, wheelchair access and everything, and a really good high-spec toilets, and a really nice lobby there with some nice couches and nice furnishings where people can sit down and, you know, have a chat and all that sort of stuff. So kind of like a downscaled version of what we've currently got. Obviously, we're not going to have such a big area. I reckon for $2.1 million, we could have a decent bloody crack at making that really nice, and you know, make sure we've got a contingency that we can complete the project within that budget. So that's just my thoughts.
Councillor No.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I've just designed on two things. Obviously, Dargaville Town Hall is the first preference. I'm not, it's initial sizing estimate, I guess it's just in the air, 2.5 million, whatever. It could be 1 million, who knows? We can use local contractors, but that's one. The second thing, of course, the Bailey's Beach Roading, it says 4 million here, but it is probably something we can get some money from the government as well. So these are the two, I think, key issues in Dargaville. I don't know much about the rest of the area and there's no estimation, but these two look clearly marked, something we can look at and have more information on that. Thank you.
Councillor Pariori, Jana.
Oh, yeah, I was just to clarify, it would be 3.1 million to give it a good go, wouldn't it be? Because there's $1 billion in the annual plan. But the question that I have, Hayley, just goes back to the application, because I know that there's a lot of work. And for example, if we were going to look at the Dargaville Town Hall, finalising the design, is that going to be acceptable to the funders if we're...
Yes,
we've got so much work to still do behind it.
Yeah, so they know that we're still getting detailed designs, and they know that we're still investigating the town hall and recladding. So long as our scope and our milestone accepted by them, should be fine. But they know that there's
estimates.
Yeah, they know. Yeah.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. You might get a chocolate fish today. You haven't got my name wrong once.
No, I mean getting it wrong too. Erin Collins Wilson.
That's all right. At least it's all in there. So just to provide some direction, because that seems to be where we're getting now. So I really appreciate Councillor Larson's suggestions, which he did make at the previous briefing as well. I think that the anything that we can add to the Mangawhai shed path is an excellent idea. That's a project that's been ongoing for some time, and being at the Kaiwaka Bridge opening, I would support seeing that linkage fixed up as well, especially, you know, in the winter months if you're trying to traverse through there. With the Dargaville Town Hall recladding, so that project would become more than just recladding, wouldn't it? Because we're talking about toilets and a foyer and So what I would want to see, if that's the project that we're going that we're heading towards, or what I feel that project should be, is to make the town hall operational and to make the cinema operational. And at this point in time, for $1 million, I don't think that's what we're going to get. I understand there's the demolition project and that'll get demolished, but I think we need more than just, doors into the town hall, as has already been stated. And we need, toilets and accessible toilets, because that town hall has been without accessible toilets for some time now as well, which has possibly affected some operations. And the foyer would need to, it just needs to be substantial enough to allow things like ticketing and, for events and stuff like that, I imagine. And then I don't know if it's a separate foyer or if it's a joined foyer. I don't know. I think there's a lot of work probably still needs to be discussed with the cinema as to what they actually need, because they've got some temporary stuff underway at the moment. But as long as both those things were operational and able to be used comfortably, I think that's what that's what I'm looking for if we're going down that path. But I would very much push to keep the $1 million that's in the annual plan, because I don't think 2.1 is going to go very far. And we all know how these projects costs are escalating, and we don't even have any plans. We don't know what those projects are, being that we would spend the grant money first, but have that buffer available, and then if that's needed, then we can actually finish something. I'm very much of the mind that it'll be great to actually get things built rather than create another plan. Yeah.
Councillor Vincent, you're up there with your hand up. Oh, it's disappeared.
He was there a second ago. Oh, there he is.
Councillor Vincent,
let's come in.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I have to put in a word for the people in the middle. Like the focus has been on either east or west. Well, there is a central area as well to the district, and I seem to recall in previous iterations of possible projects to do with better off funding, the option of a off-road footpath, or I think it was primarily a footpath, going up Gorge Road to service some of the subdivided areas further to the east, was considered a possibility. And I'd just really like to revive that as an option for spending perhaps a relatively modest amount for the benefit of another community apart from Dargaville or Mangawhai. That obviously went over well.
Which road are you talking about, Councillor Vincent?
Oh, it was a footpath. There is none at present.
Is it the Judd Ring Road, or is it?
It would possibly go. No, I'm not sure if it goes quite as far as Judd Road. It's more up, like going up Gorge Road, turning right with Griffiths Road on your left, and then beyond there to Woodland Road at least.
Andy Brown's roading team.
Yeah, there is a challenge rather than just being like there's an obstacle in the middle, which is a cemetery with a monument right hard against the side of the road, sort of thing, which will involve some negotiation to sort out a practical path through. But I believe it is doable, and it would be a benefit to the local community in that area there, and philosophically would fit with sort of better journeys, safer journeys, whatever, as promoted by Kotahi. Who knows, might even attract a bit of extra funding in that area.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor, can I just quickly check? Thank you, Councillor Vincent. Just by way of the variation, so can I just check with you, Hayley? What information do we need to provide for the variation? Do we need to have cost estimates? Are they rough estimates?
We need to have rough estimates, we need to have a scope, and we need to have milestones and deliverables.
Okay. So we kind of need that direction, then we need to start working on that in the background.
Then we'll start going back.
Get a decision in June.
Correct. Just on the back of what Councillor Vincent said about getting Waka Kotahi funding, one thing that you need to be aware of with the Mangawhai shared pathway is that we do have planned funding from 2023 out to 2030 with Waka Kotahi with their, what is it, 62% covered. And so we do have money in the long-term plan for that. So KBC has 3.35 million between now and 2030 for the shared pathway, with Waka Kotahi signed up to that schedule in their fund contribution. If we chose to just use $2 million now, sorry, $2.1 million now on the Mangawhai shared pathway, there is no guarantee that Waka Kotahi is going to come to the party and say, okay, we're going to pull our funding forward to give you the funding to be able to complete that, as opposed to the schedule we've already agreed with you.
But we could try.
We can try, but there's just no guarantee. You just need to be aware of that.
Councillor Lambert?
Yeah, through the mayor, we had a group of us went on a bus tour 2 weeks ago. And I was some of them were quite surprised when we stopped off at the Upper Waira Memorial Sports Complex, commonly called the Tanarori Complex. The amount of build we've got there out of $3 million is quite gobsmacking to some of the people who came along. I am very fearful that the town hall project will turn into a monster that is going to get out of control as far as the budget goes. It's a simple thing to do, and it needs to be kept simple. It needs to be done quickly, effectively, and waterproof wise. We do not need it to be swamped down with consultants, with public opinion to create some architectural masterpiece. We've seen where that's gone. The people very much want a practical, simple, effective solution to it, and it can be easily obtained as long as we don't go down this path of multiple consultants, multiple architects, different changing of design over and over and over again. How we kept that simple at Tangaroori, and effectively we managed to get a consultant team together amongst the community who went to the professionals prior to them giving us a design and build final project, and that's how we did it. And I can see it, a foyer turning into be a $4 or $5 million project, and it really frightens me, and we've got to make sure we don't do that. It is one of the priorities that we need to do. We need to get that fixed up. It's embarrassing that this council has got to hire a hall to house the council meetings. There is nowhere that is effective and adequate in the town to conduct meetings. It's an embarrassment what we've got, and we've got to get it fixed up, but we've got to get it fixed up effectively. That's all I've got to say. I think the spread between the central, east and west is adequate enough. I hear what you're saying about the shed, the Mangawhai Central Village link. If we go ahead and spend all the money on it, then we're not going to get that external funding. So, but that's something we may need to may need to go stage by stage through, if I'm correct in what I'm hearing. But thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to say a really unpopular opinion, but the councillors here at the table today really need to think long and hard about whether the 50-50 is fair, given that a lot of we need the town hall, a shared path. Yeah, just in comparison, it just doesn't seem fair. You know, I'm not going to go on about the history, but historically Dargaville has carried a lot of Mangawhai's wastewater infrastructure costs. And if we think about the purpose of the funding, it's to the funding is to
basically in trade-off for us losing a lot of our right to infrastructure. So yeah, I'm just going to put that out there, that is another option for a better, more equitable split with the funding, just given the history, the purpose of the funding, and the situation that we find ourselves in with the town hall.
Thank you.
Councillor No.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I support what Gordon said and Tara said in terms of the need. I think there is an urgent need to fix the town hall, and the money we have, as he said, can be better utilized. So there might be money left for Mangawhai as well, but I mean, let's do one thing at a time. We don't have an exact estimate. ICO is the company with the target area. The best option to take two big companies, take the tender, within a month or two, the job is done, or maybe 3. But that's the way we should look at more practicals other than consultants. We have wasted a lot of money with the consultants. We should not touch them with the bar of soap. Thank you.
Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. In regards to Mangawhai, is there a plan B in case that Waka Kotahi funding does become an issue? Like, is there a second option that people want to pursue that we can give direction on today so that we don't hold up everything? I suppose is the question. And I'm being of the essence.
The shed park is broken down to stages, so we could just achieve what funding. The staged approach that's already there. They're saying we could do a stage that's not already tagged for. Well, no, they're all the full pathway right through to the heads has been broken down into, I think, 14 different stages. And so I guess we can cost out how much each of the stages are and see what we can afford.
Without Waka Kotahi funding.
And then speak to Wakatahi about the remaining stages. Face those.
If they could reassign.
Yeah, but I'm really not sure. So the project management committee will have to research.
Okay, I'll have Councillor Larson followed by Councillor Williams.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, just with regard to that Waka Kotahi funding thing, I'm not suggesting that we necessarily go ahead with no funding, but we already have funding approved. It just means that we're pushing ahead at an earlier stage, and we might find that the last stage we need to attract some more funding in 5 years' time or something. It's not a matter of just going ahead and doing nothing.
No, so through your chair, so we paid for sort of like 38%.
I know what we paid for.
Yeah, so we've budgeted 38% for each of those financial years.
Yes.
And they've budgeted to fund us for the rest of those financial years. If we want to go and complete a piece in 2023 that's more than what they've already asked for, there's no guarantee that they'll be able to support us with their funding.
Except we can complete it until 2027, I understood.
Yes. We can push our milestones out to 2027.
Yeah, so we don't have to get their agreement immediately and complete it in 2023. There's some time to find a way forward. Our staff has been very good at finding a way forward with it in the past. That's why we got all that funding for it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So what you're saying, Councillor Larson, is what we could do is have been allocated and agreed through the LTP for those years up to 2027 and a staged approach, instead of using the 38% general rate funded, and if it is general rate funded, we can use the better off funding package.
There'll be some way of doing it. It's not rocket surgery, is it?
Yeah.
I just wanted to comment briefly on a few things that have been said, and I think that Councillor Wilson Collins is singing from almost an identical song sheet to me. What you described was exactly what I envisaged. I did envisage one lobby that would serve both the town hall and the cinema. I think that should be fine, but that's exactly what I was thinking. We have come from a position of having had 3 million allocated of that funding to Mangawhai and 1 million to Dargaville, now to a 2+2. So I don't know whether we want to go swinging too much further in the other direction. So long as we can get both projects completed with funding, I think we'll probably be landing in a pretty good place in terms of split. As far as Councillor Vincent's suggestion about Gorge Road, I guess that's a possibility that might be able to come into the mix if we could make it all add up between the other two. I guess we need to get a bit of an idea of costs.
What's our timescales here?
3 weeks. 3 weeks.
Sorry?
3 weeks.
We've basically got 3 weeks. We've got to bring the variation through to the council meeting this month. And that has to be directly straight away through to the PIA variations.
So we have to find some common ground. Rachel, sorry, I had a question. Oh, statement.
I was just a bit confused because it's got Wood Street on the report.
Yes, so basically the project team, when I talked to them about the Mangawhai Shared Path, they said basically we've already staged it out, we've already got Wakatahi approval, it's already in the long-term plan, we've already funded it. They thought if you wanted to direct money towards the Mangawhai Shared Pathway, directing it towards the Wood Street development would be a better choice of monies, or choice of spending monies.
Rather than the village, which is what you were alluding to.
I'm suggesting accelerating going from Mangawhai Central through to the village here.
Down.
So we've got a complete link all the way through that's pedestrian safe. This has been one of the most contentious areas.
Yeah, it is.
So it sounds like we do have a consensus. We don't have to get into the nitty gritty of the percentages, right? So we've got the shared path in Mangawhai, the town hall, and our walking track on Gorge Road.
Waiwahu connection.
Yeah, so it's 1, 2, 3. Yeah. 4. Yeah. Let's go for it. Whatever.
Yeah, we'll do some.
Punch the numbers, see where it comes out.
Yeah.
And then also we'll need to engage our iwi partners on this as well, and get their support in principle. So we'll come back to the next.
Yep. Okay. Thanks very much.
Yeah, can I suggest you get some quotes as well on town hall? As we.
Yeah, we're going through that process at the moment with tech folks.
That's all she wrote off. Yeah, good to go.
Oh, closed out. Okay, all over. Thank you.